Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the host of this place, Professor Dr. Habilitated Grzegorz Berend, welcome to the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk. It's now the second day of the International Conference on World Battlefield Museums Forum, which has the honorary auspices of the President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda. My name is Daira Sudomir, and I will have the pleasure to be with you during today's conference. But before we welcome our speakers, let me welcome the guests who are with us. The President of the Katyń Family Association, Hanna Wielesiuk-Śliwa. The President of the Honorary Gdańsk Katyń Family Association, Emilia Maćkowiak. The President of the Gdańsk branch of the Polish Association of Former Political Prisoners and of Nazi concentration camps, Mr. Karol Wardański. We also have Joanna and Andrzej Gwiazda. Welcome to the directors and representatives of the museums from Poland and from around the world. Welcome to the uniformed services. And we welcome the representatives of the academia. We welcome the media. And all of you gathered here, the guests and friends of the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk. I would like to inform you that the leading languages are Polish and English. In front of the room you received your interpretation sets that will help you listen to interpretation of the presentations. And now the third panel of the conference, Commemoration and Outreach as a Museum's Core Mission. You are going to hear 6 presentations. The first one, Wojciech Samul from the Museum of the Second World War. Please join me on the stage. Over to you.
Welcome everyone. My name is Wojciech Samul, and I would like to slideshow about the story of the Westerplatte. Our study on commemoration.
Jest to prezentacja na temat Westerplatte, studium upamiętania i popularyzacji infrastruktury. Z geograficznego punktu to jest półwysep. Poczęła się szereg lat temu.
A symbol of heroic defense of Polish territory surrendered by the German-dominated free city of Gdańsk. In a part, it has been preserved as an authentic place which is currently being developed as a future open-air Westerplatte and the War of 1939 museum. The new museum will tell about the being of the Second World War from the Polish perspective. For the world of the history, Westerplatte is the site of the being of the most tragic conflict in the human history. After the Great War, Poland gained access to the Baltic Sea in a very small section of the coast. The geopolitical situation of the conciliatory nature of the Western powers to the German demands led to the conflict on the global scale. Polish small guard unit defending the military transit depot in the free city of Gdańsk at Westerplatte could not stand up against the German war machine. For Poland, the strategic goal was to defeat the Westerplatte from 6 up to 12 hours. As early as 1932, by the result of a Polish Gdańsk unrest tensions, it was decided to expand the Westerplatte fortification. All work had to be done in a secret. From 1933 till 1934, 5 guardhouses were built on the Westerplatte. In secret, additional efforts were made to arm and reinforce them. From 1934 to 1936, a modern barracks was constructed in the house to the crew of the Westerplatte. Shortly before the outbreak of the war, an additional chain of defensive posts and foxholes is built at the guardhouse rear fronts. As you can see on the next slide, a photograph taken after the war in 1945 are a perfect supplement to the source. They show areas at the Westerplatte demolished by the German and the Soviet army. The landscape shows us the area of Westerplatte before the land transformation, which could not be reserved. After the war, Westerplatte became an instrument of a communist propaganda. The area is gradually deteriorating, and over the years, its landscape changed beyond recognition. The greatest success of the first years after the war was the construction of the first symbolic cemetery of the fallen defenders of Westerplatte. Bulldozers moved tons of soils and across the Westerplatte to bury what left of the heroic defense. A monument is erected on a hill at the tip of the peninsula, vaguely connected with the events of September 1939. The blue line shows the current coastline. Most of the origin's battlefield was lost forever. At the area of Westerplatte was radically transformed with the constructions of the monument in 1966. In 1971, one of the largest nation celebrations held along with the commemoration of the commander of depot, Major Henryk Sucharski, whose remains brought from Italy and buried at the Westerplatte. From 1974, a memorial room was opened in a preserved building of a former guardhouse number 1. For years, it was the only facility which allowed visitors to learn the history of defense of military transit depot. The biggest celebration so far, attended by a group of veterans, defenders of the Westerplatte, circa 100 of them, took place at the 30th anniversary at the outbreak of the Second World War in 1979. Solemn celebration gathered thousands of viewers in Poland. To turn of the 1970s and 1980s was the period of the greatest interest of the subject of Westerplatte. According to statistics, the place was visited by up to 1 million people a year during that time. In 1989, the organizations of annual celebrations of the outbreak of the war in Westerplatte has begun. In 1992, the remains of discovered Westerplatte soldiers were brought at the cemetery and ceremonially buried. Since 1999, representatives of the state authorities and the local government authorities have been participating in the mourning ceremonies at the 4:45 a.m. And later, the Polish army also took a part of it. The anniversary celebrations enjoyed quite a large audience every year. On the 70th anniversary of the outbreak of the war, representatives of states participating of the World War II came to Westerplatte. Old enemies sat next to each other. The Polish president, Lech Kaczyński, proclaimed the threats after the stem from the totalitarian rule, a message which is still valid today, as we all know. The mission from 2016 for Westerplatte and the statutory mission of the museum is the creation of outdoor facility on the permission of the History Military Transit Depot, which will tell the story about the 7 days of defense of Westerplatte in the broader context of the 1939 Polish campaign. These activities are focused on the so-called values traits, authentic of the battlefield, sight as a symbol of beginning of the Second World War, and an expression of the Polish soldiers' readiness and sacrifice the fight for the motherland. As you already know, our groundbreaking discovery for the museum was finding 5 grave pits containing skeletal remains of the Polish defenders from 2019. Works financed by the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage are bringing the basis for exhibitions that will be presented at the Westerplatte. Ultimately, the subject of the fallen will become one of the main narrative axes of the exhibition at the Westerplatte. The museum has so far held numerous Westerplatte scientific conferences as a part of an international World Battlefield Museums Forum. A multimedia application was launched, which promised the topic of the internet with free access rights. These activities are complemented by museum publication relating to issues around the Westerplatte. In May 2022, construction works began on a new cemetery in Westerplatte as a part of national-wide ceremony in identified Polish defenders who died in Westerplatte in September 1939. Will be buried there. The remains of the commander of the depot, Major Henryk Sucharski, will also be buried in the special memorial site. Next to the cemetery, the future visitors will be able to opportunity watch the uncovered remains of the 2 basements of military transit depot facilities. The graveyard will be open at the beginning of November this year. The power plant, about the modernization and restoration work at this historic building of the power plant will make the possibility to arrange its territory and exhibition purpose. The development of the surrounding area will become the first step towards the restoration and conditions from 1939. A detailed exhibition scenario is already done, and very soon the visitors will have some special occasion to visit the new exhibition. After that, a historic power plant will be included in the Westerplatte sightseeing path, and the trust will be permanently open to the tourists visiting in the next museum. From the most valuable of the excavated objects will be presented as exhibition Westerplatte, Memory Buried in the Ground. The exhibition showcasing an authentic excavated artifacts will offering the visitors a chance to experience the close presence of the Westerplatte soldiers, so important to the Polish pantheon of the Polish heroes in the 20th century. Our guests will also have unique opportunity to learn about the history of the place where one of the most catastrophic periods in the world's history began. Nowadays, especially in a place such as Westerplatte, it's necessary to signal the need to promote attitudes towards the motherland, which should be one of the basic values, especially for the young people. Handing in the identification notes to the family of the 5 fallen Polish defenders of Westerplatte were connected to an anniversary of the beginning of the war in 2020. It was of particular importance because those fallen soldiers showed the courage and determination fight along the 7 days of overwhelming enemy's force and attitude to become a symbol of the heroism of Polish soldiers defending their homeland. As we can see at the museum, the 3-stage investment of development Westerplatte, the World War II Museum. That's about the reconstructions of a part of the historical buildings. According to the plan, of the inventory and included the space will be able to explaining for the exhibitions. Constructions of a new museum space showing the Westerplatte history in the border context as a part of the Polish campaign of 1939, and about the revitalizations of the museum, restoring the area and close to origin view as possible to state from 1939. We need to remember about the intangible heritage, which links to the three pillars as well. The Westerplatte development plan is a complex multi-function process. The scope of activities includes a number of participatory works aimed on ensuring visitors safe as well as protection of archaeological heritage sites. Preparatory works necessary to be carried out in the entry area will concluded is available unfortunately Westerplatte visitors experience. On previously slides, I tried to show the crucial importance of interdisciplinary research around the preservation the material heritage of Westerplatte. Among two very important aspects belongs also non-material heritage. We observed it in September 1939 when the press release provided "Lions of Westerplatte still fighting." These few words kept the spirits of the Poles and create a legendary nature of the defense. In 1987, Polish Pope John Paul II, in his speech to young people, refers the meaning of the Westerplatte, which greatly supports the solidarity community of that time. Unfortunately, every idea has his historical time and its leaders, without whom they lose the power to organize the community. Our museum will allow these ideas to survive for the future generations. As we can see at the last slides, the age of the structures of the visitors over the years kept at the same level. And our primary task is to reach every generation with the current message of the museum. Thank you for your time.
Dziękujemy panu Samuelowi za przemówienie.
Thank you very much. The next presentation will be by Takuo Tagikawa, Director of the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum.
Będę mówił po japońsku.
I will speak in Japanese. Please use your interpretation sets. Good morning.
Dziękuję bardzo za przedstawienie.
Thank you very much for introducing me. My name is
Jestem dyrektorem
Tokugo Tagikawa. I'm the director of the Hiroshima Peace Museum.
To wielki zaszczyt przedstawić
It's a great honor
na tym
to be given the opportunity to introduce our museum at its international forum and such distinguished company of museum directors and museum professionals from all over the world.
15 minut w wystąpieniu zatytułowanym Przekazywanie.
During the next 15 minutes, in my presentation entitled Conveying the Memories of the Atomic Bomb Experience, I will try to acquaint you with the history and mission of our museum, show you our new exhibits, present our activities and challenges that we are now facing. It was at 8:15 a.m. on the morning of August 8, 1945, that the United States dropped a single atomic bomb on Hiroshima, destroying the city completely and taking many lives in a single instant. Those who managed to survive suffered severe psychological and physical pain, and there are those who still suffer till today. I would like to show you a video recreation with reconstruction of the events in Hiroshima on August 6th, 1945. That morning, the sky was cloudless. Another hot midsummer day was just beginning in Hiroshima. At 8:15, the first atomic bomb in the world was dropped on the city. It exploded 600 meters above the ground, almost directly above downtown Hiroshima. At the moment of detonation, incredible amounts of radiation were emitted in every direction. Then the surrounding air expanded, super high pressure was created, and a tremendous blast followed. These three forces inflicted incredible damage. Within the radius of 2 kilometers of the hypercenter, the entire city was burned to the ground. About 92% of the city's 76,000 buildings were either damaged or completely destroyed. The precise number that perished in the bombing is still not quite known. It is estimated that roughly 140,000 people died. The atomic blast was characterized by massive instantaneous destruction and mass killing of the people, accompanied by radiation damage that had continues for a long time and still is present today. This photo was taken in 1937, 7 years before the atomic bomb was dropped. Hiroshima was originally a castle town and became an economic, political center of Chicago region with a population of about 200,000. By the year 1930, it was a well-developed educational institution and one of major cities in Japan with military function. The area between the two rivers, which is now the Peace Memorial Park, this is the place where the bomb exploded. It was a very prosperous district where thousands of people lived and worked. The bomb exploded over that area, killing not just the inhabitants from this neighborhood, but also people from other districts who were outside. The ground was pretty much leveled. This is a current photo of the park. Throughout the park we have monuments dedicated to the victims of the war. Today's Hiroshima is a beautiful city surrounded by greenery, by water. I will tell you a few words about the museum. The Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum was opened in August 1955, 10 years after the bombing. Its mission was to inform people of all nations of what destruction can be caused by atomic bomb and to contribute to the abolition of nuclear weapons and create lasting peace in the world. This picture shows exhibition presented at the opening of the museum. In the beginning, the museum displayed the roof tiles, stones, remnants collected by the first directors thanks to decades of generous donations from A-bomb survivors and their family members. The collection included about 2,000 artifacts. In addition, we have a collection of about 7,000 photographs taken, among others, by the US military, survey teams, researchers, as well as about 5,000 drawings created by survivors depicting their atomic bomb experience. Now let's take a look at the museum's history. The Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum was opened in 1955. After that moment, we had conducted two large-scale renovations in 1944. The museum was launched once again in the form of two buildings. In 2014, the museum launched a renovation of its permanent exhibition in order to present more clearly the inhuman character of nuclear weapons. The East Building was reopened once again in April 2017 and the main building in April 2019. Let me present to you our exhibition following the renovation, the reorganization. This is what the museum currently looks like. The main building is in the center. On the right-hand side, you can see the East Building. In the opening exhibition, on the third floor of the East Building, visitors first see large photographs showing what Hiroshima looked like before the war, presenting its inhabitants before the bombing. In the adjoining room, on the wall, we have a panoramic 360-degree photograph from the hypercenter of the bombing site. On the ground level, on the floor, we see an installation, a white panorama that presents a miniature model from our city taken before and after the bombing, and high-definition video recreating the A-bomb explosion, the video I had shown you before. In reconstructing the city before the explosion, we tried to show how their peaceful existence was destroyed instantaneously. Then visitors walk through a corridor to the main building. The main building presents exactly what happened in Hiroshima on August 6, 1945. The exhibition includes personal items left by the victims, as well as photos and other artifacts, materials which illustrate the horrific devastation of the A-bomb. On the morning of August 6, thousands of students were exposed to the atomic bomb since they were engaged in some outside works, demolition buildings to minimize fire breaks, and they suffered severe burns. Many of them died in agony later. We want to display such artifacts to convey that suffering, the disaster. We have also in the corner the Cries of the Soul exhibition, where we present personal belongings left by the victims, displayed together with their photos, their portraits and thoughts, notes written by their family members. These experiences present to the visitor better understanding of the anguish and sorrow of the victims and their families. The atomic bomb caused tremendous damage, and it tends to be focused just on its destructive power, but we have tried to describe this horrible damage in terms of suffering of individuals who are directly affected by the bombing. Visitors then return to the third level of the East Building. We have their information panels on the history and the use of atomic bomb, the effects of radiation from the scientific point of view, as well as international consequences such as the nuclear arm race. On the second level of the East Building, we present the history of Hiroshima as a city, as a military city, the city's reconstruction after the war, and the path of Hiroshima's effort to promote peace. Also, we present there an enactment of the Hiroshima City Reconstruction Law, which laid the foundation for the city's recovery from the ruins. In the center of the space, we have a sort of multimedia table where on its screens you can access more detailed information. Here, Japanese visitors on this graph are shown in blue, and foreign visitors in green. You can see the structure of our visitors. In 2019, when the museum was reopened again, the number of visitors, 1.75 million, 520,000 of them were overseas visitors. This was the largest number since the opening of the museum. In 2021, the museum had to be closed for 5 months due to the pandemic, and the number of visitors dropped to 406,000, which was only 23% of the number of visitors we had in 2019. Now let's move on to present other further activities of our museum. Today I'd like to present to you our educational activities, popularization activities, dividing them into 5 parts: talk, tour, material, event, and collaboration. To introduce the experience to the young generation, we carry out lectures both for tourist visitors from Japan and abroad, for young people, starting with elementary schools, through high school level and university. In addition, since the survivors of the explosions are constantly aging, we also train the so-called official successors who can communicate the survivors' experience. We offer such successors lectures in English and Japanese. They are free of charge. They do not require reservation. And if there is such demand, we also conduct them, for example, in schools throughout Hiroshima, in order to publish the experience, to educate. We also train city inhabitants who can then convey the message. These volunteers offer explanations about the exhibits and the Peace Memorial exhibit, museum, and the monuments in the park. This service is free of charge for tourists and students. To communicate the horrific reality of the atomic bombing and to help people increase their level of consciousness, we also make available posters, infographics, educational materials, DVDs, and other materials presenting this horrible event, both in Japanese and English, both in Japan and abroad, in order to educate the public and raise the consciousness of the importance of abolishing nuclear weapons. We carry out various exhibitions, traveling exhibitions, both at home and abroad. Let me tell a few words about such exhibitions overseas. Since 1995, we've cooperated with Nagasaki City, and we've organized an exhibition overseas, traveling to several cities every year, mostly in large countries which have atomic weapons, and also countries interested in abolishing nuclear weapons. The exhibition includes photographs presenting the consequences of atomic weapons, the destruction they create. In total, we've organized such exhibitions in 55 cities, 19 countries. We'll have such exhibitions starting here on October 14th, tomorrow, in the World War II Museum in Gdańsk, in the Museum of the Second World War, right here. I encourage you to visit it, to see it. There are many museums, of course, in the world presenting the theme of war, conflict, and since 2017 we've been visiting such museums and institutions in order to discuss, coordinate cooperation. Last year we initiated public online seminars in cooperation with the USS Battleship Missouri Memorial in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, as well as it was also done in cooperation with the Japanese American National Museum in Los Angeles. By the way, if anyone of you present here is interested in initiating cooperation with our museum, please, I encourage you to get in touch with me. In addition, we have a program to invite tour guides and officials to Hiroshima, tour guides from United Nations facilities in New York, Vienna, and Geneva. We try to educate the guides to acquaint themselves better, to understand better the realities of what atomic bombing is. We also cooperate with secondary schools, local high schools, whose students create images, pictures of the scenes which remained in the memory of the survivors. These works present the effects of the A-bomb on survivors, and they illustrate their testimonies. Then finally, the main challenges we are facing. We want to communicate the reality of the atomic bomb to those who have never experienced such conflict, never experienced atomic bomb blast. We, of course, want to maintain, preserve the artifacts, the exhibition materials, improve conditions for displaying them. We want to improve the effectiveness and the attractiveness of the display. But, of course, the main challenge is how to maintain our message, how to keep talking about this great tragedy of Hiroshima after the last of the survivors is no longer. Last of the survivors are no longer with us. These survivors always managed to share their painful experience in the hope of saving others from such painful experiences. It's been 77 years since the bombing, and soon it will no longer be possible to directly listen to their testimonies, to their thoughts, reflection. That's why it will be more and more important to talk about the experience of Hiroshima in the effort to break through the barrier of generations and through international borders. Our experience, our work will concentrate on improving the exhibition constantly and to educate younger generation to see comprehensively the experience of those who survives and motivate them to take the effort and to prevent such tragedy taking place in the future. In addition, by traveling to such forums like today, to visiting such institutions like yours, I want to learn more. I want to improve our exhibition and to work for nuclear arms disarmament and to create world peace. I hope you will visit us soon. I will end my presentation here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Speech.
Now, thank you for the speech. It's now time for the presentation from Dr. Martin Juraj Lepiš from the Museum of the Slovak National Uprising.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues, dear organizer, I speak to you in exchange of Dr. Marian Uhrin, the director of the Museum of the Slovak National Uprising. Unfortunately, due to health reasons, he wasn't able to attend, but in his position, I am on his behalf to extend you his greetings and thank you to be able to attend the museum's forum today. My contribution, or the contribution of me and our director of the museum, will deal with the theme of museum outreach through on-site activities, historical reconstruction, and remembrance, and how do we in the Museum of the Slovak National Uprising tackle these presentation problems. In the year 2018, our director was already at the first museums forum and presented the activities of the museum in total. What sites do we take care? What's the position of the Museum of the Slovak National Uprising in the historical context of the Slovak state? What kind of activities do we do throughout the year? Now, my task today, my position here, is to present you a little bit a somewhat narrower view on one of the activities that we decided to undertake in the year 2018. With regard to the Museum of the Slovak National Uprising, we are the main institution commemorating the events of the Slovak National Uprising in 1944. And each year on the 29th of August, we have the official Memorial Day, which is also a national holiday in the Slovak Republic, during which the museum organizes the Memorial Day celebrations. Basically, the day of the Slovak National Uprising, or in general, the uprising, has very much the same meaning as the Warsaw Uprising has in Poland. The celebrations are various. They include concerts, presentations of not only our museum, but also museums all throughout the Slovak Republic. And of course, there are presentations of the armed forces of the Slovak Republic. There are memorial services, and naturally there are historical club presentations. And of course, various other groups also have the ability to present their activities. The pictures which you see on the presentation on the top, that's the 75th anniversary of the celebrations. Usually these are attended by many people. We're talking more than 10 to 20,000 people each year. And on the lower left on the picture you see basically the on-day activities. That's the building of the memorial of the Slovak national uprising. Well, of course, as with every museum, we have our exposition. Our exposition, though, is or was quite old. It was made in 2002. It went through various iterations, and in the year 2019, we opened our digital exposition, which included a lot of technologies, including 360 videos, some holograms, of course. And of course, this is a way on how museums in the 21st century are supposed to present their activities. It is, of course, a necessary evolution. However, we faced one problem with our presentation, or the way how we present history, was that our older exposition lacked any kind of audiovisual material. So we made a new digital exposition in addition to the traditional one, because of course it was also a question of funds, to basically strike some kind of balance with regards to the presentation activities of the museum. However, of course, we were mindful of the fact that any kind of digital representation comes with a certain danger that if you use too much digital technology, it can actually backfire and can cause a certain depersonalization. You kind of become too detached from the actual historical events and from the experiences of the people if, for example, the exposition lacks certain personal items or personal stories. So a kind of balance has always has to be presented. Therefore, the museum also undertook since 2018 a different kind of activity. On this conference yesterday we had colleagues which were talking about historical commemoration or remembrance or reenactment. Now we came to the idea that through discussions with military history clubs that the reconstruction of battles is not the ideal way of promoting history. The reason for this that the accuracy reasons, whenever you visited actual battle reconstruction, you very often find yourself in a position of the observer, and then you see, for example, soldiers which are 50 meters from each other shooting at each other, but that doesn't really represent or show basically what war generally looks like. It can in some instances look sometimes very badly or even ridiculous. Therefore, not every reenactment is a good reenactment, as it was said yesterday. So we decided that to promote accuracy as much as possible, that we will not try to show proper battles, but we rather show the life of a person in the war, rather the life of a soldier in the field, because the act of fighting, of course, is an extreme act, and of course the life of a soldier in the field is in many regards far more important. His experiences, his discussions, his life, his training, his equipment is far more important with regard to how we want to present history. Therefore, since 2018, with a small pause during the pandemic, we undertook the task that we want to bring living history to the remembrance places or the historical places and landmarks the Museum of the Slovak Nation Uprising takes about. Our museum is not situated in a place of fighting or in an actual place like in many other museums which we had the chance to see throughout this forum. We are situated in the city center, basically. Therefore, our remembrance places are mostly outside the city. So, so to be accurate, basically, we were forced to move more or less out. Well, definitely within the city, we have some places, some buildings which are connected to the Slovak National Uprising and to certain personalities. But in order to be actually accurate, we have to move out of the museum, of course, and we have to get the visitor to visit these places. Our very first basically try was that we started organizing guided tours within the city, which included visits to better or lesser known places connected with the Slovak National Uprising. Well, but these were not regular guided tours. Basically, our aim from the very beginning was to include the visitor into these events. He was supposed to be part of that history. He was supposed to take he was also supposed to shape basically history. Well, these tours were always led by a historian, not by a regular guide, because only a historian in these cases can provide the necessary backstory and the necessary information. Well, our pilot project in 2019 was named On the Trails of the Resistance in Banská Bystrica. We sought to address basically personal stories of persons connected with the Slovak National Uprising and their lives who were connected with the very city of Banská Bystrica where the museum stands. Of course, the resistance has history throughout Slovakia, but Banská Bystrica as the very center was quite important in this regard. And in the same year, when we started making these tours, we started engaging amateur actors within these guided tours. These were necessary to provide the feeling of the era. Therefore, they were supposed to clothe properly according to the era which we wanted to represent. They were supposed to have a proper speech pattern. That means the language they use must be accurate to the era which we are talking about. And of course, their tasks was also to incorporate the actual visitor into the events, to be part of it, to feel it. That meant that, for example, when we are moving through the city from one position to the next, from one remembrance place to the other, we're supposed to engage with the visitor, not only to talk to him, but let's say take one or two persons out, start distributing leaflets and talking about basically how they felt, how it was during the war. So at the very beginning, this was mostly amateur actors. And as I mentioned, it was important to us that these were not better reconstructions, but rather were supposed to show the life in the period. Well, all the represented events were supposed to be accurate to detail, as I mentioned, according to behavior, speech, and clothing. The visitor must have been a part of the story, and the tours must respect, of course, a time limit. We all know that to gather the interest of a visitor for more than 1.5 hours can be sometimes very difficult. So that was our time limit, a maximum of 1.5 to 2 hours. And of course, the history must be represented or presented coherently and in an easy to understand manner. Of course, the task of the historian was not to bore the visitor, but rather to incorporate him, to make him engaged in these events. In last year, and actually the year also before, our museum started the cooperation with the official tourist visitor organization of the city of Banská Bystrica. And our common aim became to bring historical life to one of the villages destroyed during the Second War. The name of the village was Kalište. Kalište is very important to the history of Slovakia because of all the places which were burned down and destroyed, meaning the villages and the towns throughout the Second War. There's only one which was not rebuilt after the war, and that was actually Kalište. There are only ruined buildings. 2 buildings are still standing, which house the exposition, and everything else is basically just in nature ruin. Kalište is very detached. It's about an hour's drive from Banská Bystrica, very high into the mountains, and it's not accessible through late spring and late autumn. In the winter, it's absolutely not possible to visit this town. So only basically during the summer months, this place is accessible. And of course, to accurately show the people how the life of these people looked even before the war, during the war, and during the events in which this village was destroyed, we thought to basically bring back the life to this village, at least for a little moment. Now, what we did was that we engaged military history clubs who were keen on helping us. And our task was that this was not supposed to be, as I mentioned, a reenactment, just commenting of soldiers being in uniforms and showing basically how the actual destruction of the village looked like. No, we engaged also actors which were supposed to show the life of the village. That means that on certain places in these villages we made certain stations which showed the life, meaning women sewing or taking care of children or talking amongst each other. And the people coming into the village were basically moving in a tour, basically guided tour, and they were following a certain story, a storyline. From the very beginning, you were following the story of two women coming into the village. One of those women was coming from the town of Banská Bystrica and was bringing the news of the beginning of the uprising, the invasion of the German forces into Slovakia, and the start of the uprising. So she brought this information into the village, and of course the village now has to prepare for an eventual battle or for eventual contact. So now soldiers are coming in. They are supposed to be taken care of by these villagers. They needed the civilian help with food and everything. And these discussions and these events are followed by the group as well. Of course, they are engaged. This group doesn't just go along. They are engaged. That means when soldiers came, for example, they are supposed to carry weapons, talk with them, why do you need this, why the guns are necessary, and of course these are things in full equipment. That means sometimes 20-kilogram boxes have to be carried as well. So this is also a way in which you can engage a visitor to actually be part of the history, to actually feel the weight of the things the soldier has to carry, but not only this don't need to be military things, this could be just simple wood. Carrying from the forest into the village. So just to show how difficult it was for these people throughout the war. Now, when we did this in 2020, we were quite surprised because it garnered immense popularity immediately. We were quite surprised, even though the village is very detached, it's very far away from Banská Bystrica in the mountains. Basically, as you can see on the pictures, the whole village was basically full. So we thought that this is a really good way on how accurately present the history and the life of these people. And of course, as I mentioned, all of these events, interactions had to be accurate. This is an absolute important thing. There's really no way around it. If you wish to be accurate, then you have to really include clothing, speech patterns these people use, because even a simple greeting was different 75 years ago than it is today. So all these things have to be properly represented. A year later, or basically in the same year, due to the popularity of these events, we made 2 guided tours in Kalište in the span of 1 month. There were several hundred people attending, and with cooperation with the local tourist organization, we decided that the next year we will include other places into these historical remembrance activities, and these were the towns of Kremnica and the small town of Špania Dolina. These were also important places with regard to the history of the Slovak National Uprising. On these 2 pictures you can see basically the activities there. One of them was, and you can see soldiers in uniforms walking around restaurants, so that was quite an interesting aspect as well. There was a reconstruction there of soldiers moving into the city. There was, like I mentioned, less reenactment, but more including these people into the activities to actually get the feeling of being part of it. So the visitor is not just an observer, he's actually part of that history. So both of these activities were quite successful, and therefore we engaged in doing it again this year, and we were able to garner the basically one of the every museum or institution which deals with more or less recent history, that includes the history of the Second World War or similar ones, is now facing a problem of, as was mentioned before, the survivors. We are now losing them. They will not be here forever. So it is really the very last opportunity for us to have a chance and to actually give these people the ability to present their stories and how it was. So one of the gentlemen called Vladimir Stremeň was invited to these activities, and he gave in Špania Dolina his speech. He was actually wounded. He was taken care of in a hospital in Špania Dolina. He was sitting right next to the building in which he was housed at that time during the Slovak National Uprising, and provided a testimony, basically, to all the people who visited this place at the very end, what was really happening, how the life was, and of course, the whole building was decorated in the colors of the resistance army, and as you can see on the pictures as well, this also garnered quite a lot of attention. So this is one of the types of presentation activities that can actually garner a lot of interest. Well, what's the final conclusion? Through activities such as these, a museum can garner a significant amount of new visitors, because this not only increased or garnered interest on these events, this also lured a lot of people into the main exposition of the Slovak National Uprising. We don't have the exact numbers, but it was definitely quite an increase. What was even more important, or actually basically the same kind of importance, after 2 years of these activities, the media took notice. And in 2022, all of these activities and these events were reported in the 2 most important TV stations in Slovakia in the main evening news, which was quite surprising for us. They came on their own. They were not we didn't send any invitation. They heard about these events, came in on their own. So that garnered even more interest, and we plan to extend our activities in this field even further. Of course, such events help to broaden historical knowledge and also increase interest in museum work in general, because when such an event ends, usually there are a lot of questions involved from the visitors, like how did you plan this? What does your museum do? Even offerings, can we help in any way? So this is also a very good way to get contacts, to get information out. It's very important that actually you be with those people outside and talk to them. So not only an exposition will not basically fill in these shoes, but you have to be actually on these places and talk with the people to actually get something out of it. Of course, there's a question of finance, like in everything. We museum workers very much, or sometimes, or very often, struggle with the access to finances. That's always a question. Now, with aspects to such activities, these are not necessarily expensive, because when you usually work with historical clubs, they come with a lot of enthusiasm. So there's very little need to motivate them. Usually these people are motivated on themselves, are actually very keen on actually helping. For the actors, is also a good way to present themselves, because now you will be presented in the TV, so it's basically vis-a-vis more or less a self-sustaining process. Of course, you have to pay for, let's say, fuel or any other smaller expenses, but there was very little money involved with regards to actually paying for the people for the activities there. So it was, this can be considered very much a voluntary work on behalf of these people, but it works, it can work. And of course, in the end, we try to extend these activities through a cooperation with townships, other museums and cultural organizations. These activities can be further improved. We've already been contacted by other museums that they would like to be included, or basically get some inspiration from the things that we did, and also engage in similar activities on their own. So on-site activities, basically outside, and be actually part of and try to engage the regular person in these histories themselves, to be actually part of that living history, is a very good way of working. Thank you very much. I've fulfilled my time limit, and if there are any questions, of course, later on. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie.
Thank you for your presentation. The next presentation is by Salvino Maltese, director of the museum in Sicily, Les Miniere.
Invited as to give the opportunity to compare it to the other museum, the War Museum. So, excuse me, but I prefer to explain my presentation in Italian language. So, my name is Salvino Maltese. I am an architect and town planning. And I was in the commission, UNESCO commission, for 10 years in Sicily. So, il polo museale delle ciminiere nasce dal recupero di un'archeologia industriale, una raffineria di zolfo che viene riconvertita a fini culturali. Bene. Il polo museale ospita ben 4 musei, tra cui il Museo dello Sbarco in Sicilia, il Museo del Cinema, il Museo della Cartografia Antica della Sicilia e il Museo degli Antichi Strumenti di Scrittura. Ora, l'importanza della Sicilia come centralità del Mediterraneo è ben documentata nella risoluzione dei conflitti bellici della storia dell'umanità. Infatti, la sua importanza risiede non solo della centralità della regione rispetto al bacino del Mediterraneo, ma anche nella sua forma morfologica. È una forma triangolare, chiaramente. Geometricamente bisogna dire che la forma triangolare è la prima forma geometrica che permette di ottenere una superficie piana con soli 3 segmenti. Questo, nella strategia militare, consente di poter fortificare un territorio con il minimo sforzo. Quindi è bene ricordare che nell'insediamento delle città i requisiti per gli architetti e per gli urbanisti erano basilari, quelli di avere un territorio morfologicamente adatto ad essere fortificato, avere la presenza delle sorgenti d'acqua interne alle mura cittadine e quindi
The presence of water in cities was also highly important, and the third condition was having 2 gates into the city, leading into the city, in order to have access regardless of meteorological conditions or marine conditions. We can see this on the example of such cities as Taranto and Syracuse, which have 2 separate gates, in fact. Due to this reason, in history, one can say that there was a lot of interest in Sicily, in controlling it. Sicily as I was saying, the history of Sicily has basically examples of everybody ruling it, from Arabs, Byzantine, Romans, Normans, Schwabs, Aragonians, Andavagans, Bourbons, etc., etc. Pretty much everyone, or nearly everyone, ruled Sicily at some time. So it should be added that Sicily was called the cradle of humanity. It is filled with archaeological sites. And for that reason, due to its form, the points of its triangle point to 3 continents. That's why the symbol of the island is the number 3. Before the Greeks, the number of Sicily was Trinacria. The museum was opened in 2002, and its basic function, it has didactical nature, understood as dedicated to protect the memory of the Battle of Sicily, which initiated in Italy throughout Sicily, throughout Italy, freeing from fascist dictatorship, liberation from fascist regime. We're constantly asking ourselves a question, what a museum should look like, and following the idea of Alberto Garlandini, who is the chairman of International Museum Council, ICOM. For us today, the museum should be a carrier of strong ethical values, first and foremost, even more so than a carrier of aesthetic values. Respectfully, in respect of democracy, diversity, and fighting every type of discrimination, protecting new social identities, but first and foremost, engaging in protection of cultural heritage, both of material and non-material nature. In other words, we're also putting a value on the territory, it's said, and putting a value on the landscape. And being in a given territory, it becomes a museum of open character, of open nature, which is very important for us in Italy. Now, going back to history, after the conference in Casablanca in 1943, the Americans, British, Canadians, they landed in Sicily. It was in Casablanca where the landing was planned. The landing which preceded the D-Day, the landing in Normandy. This operation was called Husky Operation, the Husky Operation. And the first bombing took place in Palermo, the city of Palermo, as if they wanted to draw attention away. By the way, Churchill was at the time near Palermo, and he survived almost by a miracle. The bombs were dropping really close to him, and this act of destruction by bombing Palermo first and then landing in the south in this part of the island. And the landing which took place in the south, it took place before the full-scale invasion, so it was very, very important to know the territory very well. So knowledge of cartography, of maps was of tremendous importance. The Battle for Sicily took 39 very difficult days, and the Goering division is fighting there. It's fighting the Allies. It's resisting the Allies in this part of the island. The collections we have in our museum include mostly artifacts received from Canadian Army, Italian institutions, as well as from the Red Cross and historic Italian archives. In the year 2013, on the occasion of the 70th anniversary of the landing, we've organized Philstern exhibition room. Philstern was an American photographer who, after returning to America, he continues his work, becomes a well-known photographer of American movie stars. So you have films, photographies, testimonies, as well as weapons, various artifacts, journals, documents, reconstructions of interiors. They all show us the significance, the importance of certain issues. One more, a well-known war photo reporter, Robert Capa, who became a symbol of war photography. And this photo itself is also of symbolic nature. This old man, Sicilian peasant, as we can see, he was quite small, quite short, so the American soldiers has to crouch next to him. Another photo by Philstern of symbolic character, where we can see that Americans, Canadians, all the Allied forces, all those soldiers were trying to learn a little bit about Sicily. They've learned about before landing. They read especially published publications for them, Soldier's Guide to Sicily, as we can see. Here we can see the museum center. It's on, as I was saying, it's an old sulfur refinery, old sulfur factory. This is where the 4 museum units are located. Within this complex, we have a reconstruction of a bunker. We have a bomb shelter. We have a tent with field surgical room, with field hospital unit. Here we see a picture of the entrance with the cannon. Here the entrance to our museum in itself. In 1943, an armistice was signed. Here we have a typical Sicilian street, and right there the tent of the Red Cross, some weapons, ammunition. The area of the museum is about 3,000 square meters. In order to visit it all, one needs about 3 hours. Here we see original uniforms. Everything is original, aside from the interiors, which are obviously reconstruction. Here we can see a photographic display dedicated to Philip Stern, and here you can see that tent where the armistice is signed. These are wax figures prepared by Madame Tussaud, wax figure museum. These are the models. We have a room with models, presenting various models. a remnant of a German plane, other pieces of weapons, military artifacts. Here we can see a surgery room of the Red Cross. The wax figures also include Churchill, Roosevelt, Emanuele, as well as Hitler. Here we have the banker. It's repaired in the scale of 1:1. And right there we can see a shelter, a bomb shelter. And the visitors can experience a simulated bombing. Right here we can see an octagonal model of the Primasole bridge, where some of the hardest fighting took place. More examples of weapons, uniforms. At this point we see a book exhibition. It's inside the museum in our conference room. And this is the day of inauguration of this model as a memoir of that very difficult battle. Here we see a photograph of a group of students with our guides. They accompany various groups. As you can see, they are wearing historical uniforms, historical construction groups. A small conference we held during the time of pandemia. Unfortunately, we had a big decrease of visitors, which dropped by 70%. Normally we have about 30,000 visitors in all four units, 100,000 visitors annually. And this is one of the last interiors. So we see a bronze figure, and on the monitor we can see names of soldiers of various armies, various nations who died during the landing. Here we have a sentence from our Pope, Giovanni XXIII, which is very important. Peace is the supreme good. To forget it is sheer folly. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this forum. I do hope that it's taking place at a very important moment. What is the function of a museum? Not to forget and to remember that all of this can happen again, actually is happening again, one might say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękujemy za
Thank you for your presentation. The next presentation will be by Robert Lini's Christmas Battle Museum in Latvia.
Greetings to everyone. Nice to meet you here, colleagues, dear hosts. So, in the early morning of 5th January of 1917, the biggest battle of World War one in Latvian territory begins. The name of the battle, the Christmas battles, derives from the differences in the calendar of that time in Russia. The calendar that we use today is used in the Catholic countries since 1582. We have a name for it, the Gregorian calendar. However, Russia, as an Orthodox country, used the so-called Julian calendar under 1918, and there is a 2-week shift between the two calendars. So for Latvians, being a part of the Russian Empire, the 5th of the January of 1917, according to the nowadays used Gregorian calendar, was at that time the 23rd December of 1916. The heaviest fights took place during the first days of operation, the Christmas week, so this is why we call the event as the Christmas battle. Another name of the event is based on the furthest geographical point, the city of Mito, nowadays Jelgava, mentioned in the written orders. Hence, the name used in Russia, where it is called Mitovskaya Operatia or Mito Operation. In German, this battle has got the name Schlachten. So it's so easy, you know, one event, 3 different names that you should remember, and only 2 dates on calendar. So let's go further. Here we see some small problem, you know, the same spot after 100 years, you see. On left side, we can see the swamp. On the right side, nowadays, we just see the wood. So, the Latvian Riflemen as a unit of Imperial Russian Army was created in August of 1915. The idea is simple. The locals are highly motivated to fight against invaders and know the area well. As Latvians proved to be so motivated, in September of 1916, the battalions were transformed into regiments. The Christmas battles are the only event during World War I. The Christmas battles are the only event during World War I where all Latvians act or fight together in one place and time. In an unexpected night attack, they did penetrate the German line and took heavy casualties in the following fights. As a result, the Latvian riflemen got a reputation of capable warriors and did suffer huge losses, more than 1/3 of the original force. The battlefield was situated in a large swampy area. Here we go. The battlefield was used until the September of 1917. Before the Second World War, a few new roads were built and reclamation works had been carried out in the area. Water levels dropped down and the forest that we can see nowadays began to grow. After the Second World War, area was still swampy with no agriculture use. All this means that any fortification buildings, dugout places, wartime roads or artillery position remains are still well preserved and noticeable in the area. The Christmas Battle Museum was established in 2007 as a branch of Latvian War Museum. We are located behind the German defensive line. The museum has indoor and also outdoor expositions that are available after working hours. We are in 42 kilometers distance from the capital city Riga and approximately 25 kilometers from Jelgava city. The closest bus stop is 7 kilometers away, so the visitors that come to us by public transportation are very rare. I could say that 2 persons per 5 years used to come to us just from the bus. It's quite far to walk. However, we have 15,000 visitors annually, which is quite a significant amount. Until this year, 2 historians covered this flow of science. This year, there are 3 historians. The visit to our museum is free of charge, but if you wish for a guided tour, or you want to have a special educational program, you have to pay. So the excursion is 10 euros educational program, so maximum persons are up to 40, and it costs 20 euros, yes. So, there are two typical offerings for the visitors of a museum: the more traditional excursions and the special educational action-based program. Both the excursions and the educational programs are very popular, as many schools include the visit to the museum as a part of the school history curriculum. For example, we had 203 excursions, and 171 educational programs in 2019 before COVID-19 struck us. The excursion is a classical museum offer. As museum guides, we were World War I, Russian army uniforms with a badge of Latvian riflemen. This gives a special, more authentic atmosphere at the museum. As part of the museum information, the ammunition of the World War I can be still found in the neighboring forests. Therefore, we always include information what to do in case if one finds unexploded ordnances in the area. 4 years ago, the closest neighboring resident of the museum did explode 150mm artillery shell. I did find him, so there we are. What kind of educational program do we have? As the group arrives, I say hello, my name is Robert Linis, I am a historian, and I would like to offer you to play a game. First World War has broken out and you are taken by mobilization. You are a draftee and I am your instructor. We remain outdoors in the beginning. With a cup of tea in the hand, by the way. So, the visitors are set into a single line and are introduced to the rules as follows. For the minor disciplinary offenses, 5 push-ups, for example, hands in the pockets, or cannot keep quiet when I'm talking, etc. For significant disciplinary offenses, 10 push-ups, rude words, for example. If somebody does not agree with the rules, there are always this possibility to return to the bus right now. You know, there. There is no area, there is no network coverage, you know, so you cannot do anything with your phone. If somebody has too much to say, or ignores the rules, or distracts others' attention, then again the order for the rascal is to leave the group and go to the bus. Shortly follows information that in the times of the First World War, a few slaps in the face would be the punishment instead of 5 push-ups, beating with the sticks instead of 10 push-ups, and several days in a cell instead of sitting in the bus. After that, we divide the visitors into groups, 2 teams, and ask the teams to choose the captains and give name to the opposite team. However, they end up with the name chosen themselves, you know. So there is a small lesson to not do to the others you wouldn't like to be done upon you. If you choose an ugly name for the other team, you will actually have to use it for yourself. The first rule is tug of war. The most important thing is to keep the teachers away, to give the possibility for the captains to lead and make mistakes. It's a safe place to do so. The next game is for speed, and it's called grenades. Both teams are set against each other, 1-to-1. Everybody squats down and give orders. Head, knee, or foot, it means they have to touch this body part. And as I give the order, grenade, they have to catch it faster than opponent. In this game, we find out who is the fastest team. The third game is named Race to the Museum. Both teams stand parallel in columns at in 20 meters distance from the museum entrance. Everyone gets 1 round wooden plate to stand on. The captains get 1 extra plate. As everybody makes a step forward in the end of column, 1 free wooden plate is left that the last one can pick up and send to the captain. When it's kind of caterpillar, like, you understand. So, when the both teams find the right pace, I used to add an extra or more plates to disrupt it. The team that gets first in the museum wins. You have probably never seen a museum where the visitors are screaming faster, faster to get inside into the museum. As we have got into the museum, there goes the excursion. When we talk about unexploded ordnances, we give the real hand grenades and I question them. What to do in a case if you see such things somewhere? We talk about the safety. Then about the barbed wire, artillery shells, shrapnels, then about specific kind of fortifications as the only possibility to defend positions in the swampy areas. So, after the excursion, we walk to our training field. We pass the dugout, the German wall with concrete machine gun, strong point. The first training place is the maze. There are 3 drills. First one, get to know the maze, just run through it. You see what we do there with the visitors. The second, run backwards through the maze. And as a third, walk through as a human chain. So there is a maze, and this is the human chain that walks through. And as you walk through as a human chain, and do not break it. The last drill is assault through the barbed wire field. The field, oh, Jesus, I went out of my, okay. Yes, here we go. It's a barbed wire field. The field is made of ropes, 10 meters deep, and jumping over the ropes for safety reasons is forbidden. If we have a time, we do the final drill, the reconnaissance. The visitors have to walk 700 meters, path to the sword, an obelisk showing the breaking point of German positions and back. They have to search and find the objects from the World War I hidden in the surrounding territory. As they return, they report to me about the objects they have found. Altogether, activities take 1.5 up to 2 hours spent in a museum vicinity. Such kind of educational program is very attractive for the participants. We have tons of positive feedback. In November, when we celebrate the Independence Day of Latvia, for example, we had to decline the groups. Just we cannot take more than we can, actually. Such an educational program can be given to the visitors from the age of 6 until the age of 99. Of course, we modify it in such cases. Also, we offer to celebrate the birthdays in such way. You know, it has some meaning in it. As an extra, we offer a 7.2 kilometers long market pass to walk through the battlefield area. There are informative posters along the path telling about the events and the objects that can be seen. It gives the possibility to understand on ground where the battalions were placed, where the headquarters were. The visitors can get information about the military wards, read some memories about night attacks and other information in Latvian language by now, but it will be changed soon. Just wait for it. If we see families with kids visiting our museum, we offer a pass of reconnaissance. There is a map with some tasks. For example, you have to find artillery shell in certain place, estimate the weight, and answer to the question how far it can be shot. Figure out how far is a market tree, etc., etc. In the end of path is a place where you can compare your answers to the correct ones. This path leads throughout the museum and other exposition. Usually kids begin, but in one moment parents take over because they are more interested. So another way to attract visitors is orienteering. Once a year we have a race in the vicinity of the museum. In cooperation with the Orienteering Federation, we have stationary orienteering polygon, so you can come and you can try just what it is, orienteering. And the visitors get them up from us, download the app on phone, and as you scan the first QR code, you get a bonus information, photos, and the app starts to count your time. After visiting the points on the map, as you scan the finished QR code, it is possible to get some extra information about the time you have spent, where you have been, and other information. So this is a good possibility to try yourself in orienteering and understand what it is. Another bunch of people we have in our museum are long-distance wood trail runners. Every autumn they meet in our museum to run for Latvia. So together and taken, those actions add some 500 up to 700 more visitors to our museum. So there are also other ways to attract the visitors. The first thing is the fireplace. The visitor groups usually, after the excursion and educational programs, want to have an opportunity to stew the sausages and have a meal. Okay, I call it the burning of the sausages, you know, because kids always do it in one certain way, just burn them down. It's time to take a breath, look around. If we do not have groups and just visitors give any sign that they would like to have a fireplace, we make it. It gives a sign for the visitor. You are welcome. In the future, we are planning to renovate the German fortification line and some more World War I details in the other expeditions in 2 or 3 years' time. The indoor exhibition most probably will be rebuilt too. These are the activities that allow to attract a lot of visitors annually and receive very positive references both from the families, school children and their teachers, especially, you know, when group comes, there used to be school children. You see this man? Make them push-ups, make more. Okay. They appreciate the creative and educational ways we talk about the heroic moments of the history of Latvia, as well as about war, battles and realities of a soldier's life. The last thing to talk about, the thing that everybody loves, is a battle reconstruction or reenactment. It's better to see once than heard 100 times, as Latvians say. Thank you.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie.
Thank you very much. The next person presenting us will be Captain John Rodriguez Asti from the Museum of the Peruvian Navy.
Everybody, I am Captain John Rodriguez Asti, and I am currently the director of the Peruvian Naval Museum. I have served in the Peruvian Navy for 35 years, and aside from that, I have a master's degree in naval history and heritage, and a PhD in history from the University of Murcia, Spain. For me, it's a pleasure to be here with you, and I thank the organizers to invitation and especially the director of this museum. Now let's go with the conference that will be about the history, the sample, the organization, and the principal activities of the Peruvian Naval Museum. In this slide, you can see the summary of the presentation. About the location and operation of our museum. The Peruvian Naval Museum is located in the Callao region near the city of Lima, which is the capital of Peru. Our museum is open from Tuesday to Sunday between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Bay of Callao as battlefield. The Bay of Callao is a place where many battles have taken place since the colonial era. For example, the siege and attack by the Dutch fleet in 1624, the attack of Admiral Cochrane's ships during the independence of Peru in 1820, the Battle of May 2nd, 1860, between the Spanish fleet and the Peruvian naval and land forces during the war between both countries. The Chilean attacks and blockade during the war between Chile and Peru in 1880. As a special mention, I must highlight that during the war between Peru and Spain in 1866, a Polish engineer, Ernest Malinowski, played a very important role in the design and preparation of the defense of the port of Callao. Malinowski arrived in Peru to work on the construction of the first Trans-Andean railway. Of course, his name is mentioned in our exhibition. About our mission, the Peruvian Naval Museum collects, preserves, displays, and interprets historic naval artifacts to inform, educate, and disseminate Peruvian naval history among naval personnel and the general public, so that they understand the importance of the Peruvian naval power among the history and its contribution to the national maritime interest. About our history, the Peruvian Naval Museum was established on November 13, 1958, thanks to the effort of its founder, Captain Julio Elias Murguia. During its 4 years, the museum worked in a hall assigned to the Naval Academy, but on July 18, 1962, it began its activities in its current location in Callao in 2 halls donated by the Peruvian Naval Center Club. It should be noted that the old naval arsenal had originally operated in this place, whose origins date back to the end of the 18th century. Many of our heroes throughout our history have worked in this place. Without a doubt, this constitutes a source of inspiration to our work. This is the Arsenal of Callao, and this is the main entrance to our museum now. About our organization. Currently, and as a result of the COVID pandemic, the Naval Museum still has a reduced staff assigned plant. In the museum, we have 17 people, 4 civil professionals, officers in charge of the museology, education, historical research, and administration units, and the remaining 13 work in the support and maintenance units. In this slide, you can see the structural organization chart. This is the distribution plane of the Naval Museum. In the left side are the administrative area. And in the right side are the exposition halls. About our permanent exhibition. Currently, the museum has increased its exhibition halls thanks to the areas seated by the Naval Center Club. And its museographic exhibition includes 8 permanent halls and a hall for temporary exhibitions. The museographic exhibition has been elaborated chronologically, and its exhibition halls are the following. About the temporary exhibition hall. In this hall, exhibitions are held on topics related to various naval and maritime activities that have occurred in Peru. In this year, between April and July, we implement the exhibition, The Contribution of the Peruvian Navy and the CIMA Shipyards to the Development of the Naval Industry in Peru. And then we implemented the exhibition, The Directorate of Hydrography and Navigation and its contribution to naval development. Currently, the last exhibition is about the Peruvian Maritime Authority. And now about our collection. The museum's collection is made up of more than 700 pieces, and it's classified into naval and merchant vessels. This collection is made up of scale models of the various naval and merchant units at the service of the Peruvian Navy and the Peruvian Merchant Navy. Fine arts. This collection made up of paintings and sculptures that represent scenes of naval battles, ships, and boats, as well as portraits of the great protagonists in the history of the Peruvian Navy. Decorative arts. This collection includes pieces of furniture, ceramics, jewelry, and other objects, many of which are related to the sea, both because of the theme represented and because of their use. Weapons and artillery. This collection is made up of artillery and minor weapons with pieces from naval units or land and naval artillery. It's also made up of bladed weapons used on board naval units. navigation instruments. This collection is made up of instruments used for astronomy and navigation, such as compasses, sextants, chronometers, and other support elements for navigation. Medallistics and numismatics. The Naval Museum has a collection of commemorative coins and medals related to naval themes. Symbology and uniforms. This collection is made up of flags, uniform, badges, ornaments, and decorating that mostly belong to naval personalities who stood out during their service to our Navy. And finally, ethnography. The ethnography collection is made up of pieces mostly of pre-Hispanic origin, linked to cultures related to the sea, in which daily scenes of maritime activities are represented. Other activities. In addition to the objects displayed in the various halls, the Naval Museums carry out a series of cultural activities, such as workshops for young people of school age, such as naval notes workshops, naval signal workshops, or another workshops. Likewise, the museum participates in the restoration and conservation of historical pieces, having restored with the support of civil associations. Many of these are naval artillery from the 19th century used in some of the wars in which Peru took part. About our future plans. In 1998, a remodeling project was drawn up for the entire museum. However, only a partial reform of the exhibition was carried out. Currently, we have taken that design as a reference, and we have planned to resume that project with modifications and updates to carry it out, but incorporating interactive equipment to make the exhibition more attractive. In this task, we are currently carrying out a revision of the museographic script with the purpose of updating it and renewing the museographic sample. Additionally, we have initiated a process of administrative reorganization of the museum, which will contemplate an organizational structure in accordance with our mission, and that will allow us to have the necessary personnel for a more adequate management of the institutional historical heritage. Another of our problems is found in raising income to support the operation and activities of our museum. We are also working on this issue with the idea of establishing a board or foundation that allows us to receive contributions from private entities. Through this brief exposition, I have tried to explain the composition, structure, and it highlights the most urgent issues to be resolved that I have identified in these 12 months of management of our Naval Museum. Many of the goals outlined to be achieved are related to the functions that every museum must develop, and that, without a doubt, were those that our founders set as a goal at the time. And finally, I hope that all of you can visit Peru and our museum in the future. Are welcome. Many thanks for your attention.
Dziękujemy bardzo kapitanowi Asti za przemówienie.
Thank you very much. We have heard all the speakers from this section. It's now time for a discussion panel where the speakers will be able to answer a series of questions, so we'll get even more out of this session.
We are not proceeding into the discussion panel. As you can see, we are preparing the stage for our wonderful speakers who will take part in a discussion that will allow us to delve deeper into the topic at hand, which is commemoration as the core mission of today's museums. So please allow me to welcome to the stage Mr. Wojciech Samuł, Mr. Takuo Takigawa, Dr. Juraj Lepisz, Mr. Salvatore Maraltese, Mr. Robert Linis, and Captain Jean Rodriguez Asti.
La domanda dov'è?
Thank you.
Thank you. So, one of the queries that face the museums is that young people are huge benefactors of participating in a museum education. If we do not know our history, we are bound to repeat it. So my question is directed at Mr. Linis. Young people today need strong stimuli and are rather quickly bored, while access to historical content is, as we well know, rather quite consuming. How do you encourage young people to visit historic sites, and how do you make them more interested in the history?
It's for us.
Yes, but if you could answer, please.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I think there is some slight confusion because Mr. Linis and Mr. Lepisz, if you would like to share your knowledge on the topic.
Che dice?
Of course. About this answer, you mean? Non lo so.
Excuse me?
Okay. Okay.
Vabbè, rispondiamo.
Okay. We have, you know, a big flow of tourists, but mostly we have a flow of students. So we help the students through, you know, our, we have many books that they can consult, our catalog, and we have also all of these exhibit, we have a model workshop, and the young people love it. So they can learn also through our items what history is. Because they come a lot of students, you know, also scholars, and they study the Second World War. So they are very interested, much more in models, and they like to know everything, especially through uniform. We tell some history, and okay, the narration of the history can be easy, and we try to make it easy for the people, also people that are not experienced of history. Cosa puoi aggiungere?
Che il museo sta cercando di uscire al di là delle mura, no? E appropriarsi del territorio nella logica del museo diffuso. La settimana scorsa abbiamo recuperato un'elica dai fondali del mare di un aereo veicolo di fronte alla città di Sciacca e stiamo mosaicando come un mosaico, lo stiamo ricostruendo in situ, cioè all'interno del nostro museo. Questa elica misura 3,50 metri.
Yes. So we have also a lot of collaboration with, for example, I don't know, a lot of platform, you know, touristic platforms, and so, but also with the superintendency of the sea. They help us to recover an aircraft from the seabed to display in our museum. This aircraft is called BR, as a code.
Cicogna.
Cicogna means stork, is a bird. It's a BR-52 stork, and we'll display this piece of aircraft in our museum. There are things that young people love to see. We discovered also that it's good to let know these young people what not just what war means, but also peace. In that way, we have also relation with an association, Canadian Association, Historical Canadian Association, that for our 18th anniversary of the landing will come over and in synergy with us, they organize a forum for peace, and prosperity. They organize also a walk, and everybody can participate, a walk through the historical landing towns where the Allied landed, and even the Canadian. And the Canadian went through about 7, 8 little towns of Sicily. So they want to retrace this itinerary, and also stops in cemetery. There are cemetery of victims, Canadian victims, and English victims.
E tutti I luoghi significativi.
And all the significant towns of a battlefield for Canadians. That we stop there and organize congresses, historical congresses and conferences. So that's our next plan for the 80th of anniversary.
So
what else?
We are waiting for us.
Yeah, you're waiting for the Canadian right now, but we would like that also other allies come. Actually, they come a lot of people to go to the cemetery. Many people, they come to the museum, they come with the photo and say, this was my grandfather, and he was in the war, and he's dead in Sicily. So I want to know where I can go, in which cemetery. We have 4 cemeteries in Sicily. In Syracuse for the Americans, in Catania, at the door of Catania for the English troops. And then we have another in, qual è quello dei canadesi?
Ad Agira.
In Agira town, in the middle of Sicily, where there was also guerrilla. The Canadian have a cemetery. And another one, there are 3, 4.
In Agira.
In Agira. So in all these places, they retrace all this route and they stop there and make conferences. And so on.
Una vera e propria marcia.
It's a march, a walk for peace.
Thank you for answering the question. So how, this is a question directed at Mr. Linus. How do you in Christmas Battles Museum engage with young audiences?
Yeah, the few things that you have to know. You just how to choose your best job. Imagine, then just get it, and then make it in a way. What's your aim is? Your aim is to give the best experience in the museum. And how you do that? You have a part of the history, because it's a battlefield. Now they got involved because they kind of feel it's on a battlefield. It feels a little bit different, and also they have to do the same things they do, and they're supposed to be informed what it's supposed to be on a battlefield, the real one. How does bullet flies, artillery shells exploding, splinters flying around, speed of it, and how does it work on the human bodies? And you understand that you have to act at those time as one team. And as you see the opportunity, just put somewhere some memories of the real people. Just somehow it gets better to understand how it was, how it is, and actually to this one it's like it's not just like you go into the museum just press the button 1 blah 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 blah, push the button 2 blah blah blah, but in the way, shut up. I'm talking, you keep quiet, and we do things like this, do things like this. Now we will run through the barbed wire fields. Did you know that Latvian riflemen had to run 60 up to 70 meters through the barbed wire fields? Now here is only 10. So there is nothing to worry about. So let's go to the attack the Germans and stuff like this. And of course, you have to understand that not everyone can be in my place. Just me, my colleague. So if you are in so deep in it, then you can, of course. And so this is experience that everyone can take it, and you can use it because it works well with the public. Yep.
Thank you for your answer. So, Dr. Lepeš, how do you approach the education of younger generations in the Museum of the Slovak National Uprising?
Well, we have several educational programs designed for either the very young, the younger children, which is more concentrated on basically what it means to be a museum, what these museums work, and then for older children, you actually get involved in the various teams concerning the Second World War, be it war teams or be it teams like the Holocaust or any other similars, which are defining moments in the evolution of well, human history and society in itself. So, like I said, these programs there are several types. We develop them throughout the times. What's necessary, what's not only popular, but what at that time is necessary to tell these people. And of course, it's not only educational programs, but it's actually, as I mentioned there, and also showed in the presentation, it's more aimed at working with younger people on site and apart from the educational programs, and give them an opportunity to, well, ask questions, be part of history itself, and actually get them engaged and actually show them how it really was.
Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Takigawa. What is the role of survivors and witnesses of history in creating the museum's historical narrative? And how do you run projects that also approach the survivors of those tragic events?
1945年8月6日、一発の原子爆弾が広島市上空600メートルで炸裂し、立ち上ったキノコ雲の下、強烈な熱線と放射線、超高圧の爆風により、大量破壊、大量殺戮が引き起こされた場面、惨禍の中をかろうじて生き延びた後も、家族や友人を失った悲しみに耐え、心身に残る傷や病を抱えながら生きてきた状況、こうした証言を被爆者の方は語り伝えてきました。
So on August 6, 1945, a single atomic bomb exploded 600 meters above the city of Hiroshima, and in an instant it emitted intense heat, blast, and radiation, and causing massive destruction in the city, and also indiscriminate mass slaughter under a giant mushroom cloud. Even survivors, hibakusha, although they managed to survive, but they had to go on with their lives, bearing their deep sorrow of losing their loved ones and suffering physical and emotional trauma So the survivors have shared these horrific experience with people around the world.
被爆者は、核兵器の非人道性を広め、そして次の世代に継承する上でとても大きな役割を果たしています。
So I believe Avon survivors, Hibakusha, for a long time have played a very important role in order to spread the inhumanity of nuclear weapons to the world.
アプローチよね。被爆者の記憶が続き、証言ができる限りは我々としてはまだまだ被爆者にお話をお願いしたいと思っておりますし、今またその家族が伝え聞いた話を被爆者から伝え聞いた話を家族が今度伝承する制度も設けようと思っています。
So we have some programs for the school students or other visitors for opportunity to directly listen to the Avon survivors. But as you know, 77 years have passed. So the average of Hibakusha is right now maybe more than 85 or nearly 19 years old. So it is becoming very difficult for them to share the experience to the younger generation. So recently we have created new program for the families of the survivors or the people who are interested in inheriting the Avon experience. So instead of Avon survivors, we are fostering such people to share their story or message to the younger generation.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel, how does you witnesses?
Unfortunately, the last Polish defenders of the Westerplatte passed away in 2012. Up to this date, thousands of the remembers reports has been collected by the many institutions, the researchers as well, and even common, ordinary people collected the informations about the Westerplattians. And nowadays, the most important thing is to collect all that sources from different institutions and try to rewrite the story about the Westerplatte. But on the other hand, our institution has the eyewitness spoken history website program, and from many other different areas, especially from the Poland and Eastern Europe, we are collecting a lot of the informations and try to translate them to English as well. So I think that this program at this moment is most important for our museum.
Thank you. So my question for Mr. Maltese, how do you draw more visitors, new visitors every year?
Can you repeat, please?
How do you draw more visitors to visit your museum?
Come fai a far arrivare più visitatori nel museo, ad attirare più visitatori?
Sì.
Rispondi tu prima.
Noi stiamo provando una collaborazione non solo relativamente alla guerra del 43. E poi promuoviamo il museo attraverso i canali e altri canali informatici, portali.
association. And that helps to come many students. As I told you before, we have really 30,000 flow of tourists, but the 50% are educational and scholastic. And also we agree with the teachers for the plans, how to, they teach history, and they deepening the history through the visit of our museum, and the collaboration also, for example, with the modelism workshop. Also, many students come to write, some works. They come also researcher and so on. We help with all that we have. We have many films, We have the testimonies screened in a room. It's a testimony room that is very interesting to understand what the people suffer, for example, because the students, they study the history just automatically, and they don't know what behind this battle or this, invasion is. So I think our room of testimonies, where the witnesses are screened and tell all the story, is very important. We have a story of sufferance like in Castiglione di Sicilia, that is a little town in Etna where the Germans were. They have a line of defense. They found a soldier, a German soldier, that's history. A German soldier was killed by somebody. They just killed 16 people for one German. And then they keep all the population, there were 300, and they close in a resin and wait for an answer. Who killed this man? Otherwise, they will kill every day 16 people. But we were lucky, the English people arrived and saved us.
Thank you.
It's okay.
So the last question is for Captain Asti. What are the best ways to reach out to various audiences, and how do you interest them in potentially visiting the museum? What is your experience in this regard?
Okay. Before assuming the position of director of the museum, I was working in the direction of the historical affairs of our Navy, and therefore supporting the management of the museum. Based on that experience and what I have since I assumed the direction, I can answer your question through the following. For the case of children, carry out recreation activities in our museum, such as painting workshops, basic naval modeling, always attracted children's attention to the naval issues. Another activity that calls for the participation of the children are historical stories through shows with puppets representing the life of our naval heroes. In the temporary exhibitions that we have carried out this year, we have seen that having incorporated interactive elements such as touch screens, videos, and QR codes that permit that they can access more information, and this call public of all ages since they have found a more enjoyable way of approaching the historical information. We believe that other activities that are carried out in the museum, such as naval modeling and painting contest, calls public of all ages either to participate or to know about our history. Finally, I can mention that conducting conferences in which war veterans are involved are activities that attract the attention of the public, while knowing their testimonies becomes a valuable experience. The idea is that our visitors see the museum very interesting and they want to return it again.
Thank you for your answer, and thank you all for participation in the discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter the coffee break. Please come back with us for the other part of the conference. We start at 12:30. Szanowni Państwo, właśnie dobiegł końca nasz panel dyskusyjny. Teraz zapraszamy Państwa na przerwę kawową, po której zapraszamy Państwa na drugą część konferencji.
Coffee break is nearing. We invite you back here at 1:30 for the session 2 of today's event. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, witamy Państwa bardzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. We are about to start the final session of the conference entitled Museum Narrative of Great Battles in the Face of the Challenges of the Modern World. In this part, we'll have 6 presentations. I'd like to invite to the floor the representatives of the Second World War Museum, Karol Szejko.
Thank you very much. My presentation today is how we understand history today and what tools we should use to make people understand history a bit more. Since 2017, since the museum opened, it has been visited by 2.3 million people. That's including the time in the pandemic when the museum was closed. Okay, well, wait a minute. So 2.3 million visited the museum since 2017. 35 million is the number of user engagements in the time of pandemic for museum content published online. So the question is, if you take these two numbers, 2.3 million and 35 million, the answer seems obvious. The way to go is to go digital. Is that true? We'll try to answer this question at the end of my presentation. For now, I would like you to see how we achieved these numbers of user engagements during the pandemic. When the pandemic started, the museum decided that we need to keep the visitors attracted to the museum content. Well, how to do it? The best way to do it, and the only way to do it, was through publishing online content. So when that was decided, all hands on board, all departments working day and night to produce content that could be published daily, on our social media and on our website. This was a great feat. Not this way, okay, here we go. We decided to launch online projects comprising online exhibitions, articles published online, education lessons for children published online, and this proved a huge success. The way to go was to encourage people to learn history in an accessible way and to make them come back to the museum after the pandemic is over. Now, the second task, making it accessible, was not too difficult. You just needed a team of professional high-tech guys, and our museum team stood up to the task. Now, the more important thing and the more difficult thing was actually reaching out to various age groups via online content. What you have here is only selected digital projects that we launched. Some of them are connected with the forum, World Battlefields Museum Forum. Some are connected with Westerplatte, which has become the core of the museum's narrative in the last 2 years, especially with the launch of the new Westerplatte and the War of 1939 museum, whose first act is going to unveil in November with the opening of the new cemetery for the Polish soldiers excavated at Westerplatte during archaeological research. Selected projects that we launch are such, and I will briefly tell you about maybe a few of them. World Battlefields Museums Forum was an idea that we wanted to keep despite the pandemic. So when the pandemic struck, the second edition of the forum was almost ready to launch. I know, unfortunately, we couldn't launch it in 2020, but we decided to keep the idea of the World Battlefield Museums Forum online. Now, it's quite difficult because it's a very close circle of experts talking about a very specific subject, such as world battlefields. What we decided to do is to go a little bit in the way of popular history. And we did launch a platform that would bring all these things together, two things together: scientific content and popular history content. We came up with the idea that what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to publish the platform in two languages, Polish and English, for greater outreach outside Poland. We designed a web page where you can access different devices and different features that are quite popular, especially with the younger generations today. So what you have there is we hired an outside company to design a 3D models of battle participants. And these battle participants models, 3D models of battle participants, can be viewed on our museum profile on the Sketchfab platform. We did also have an idea to go a little bit more graphic, because as we know today, young people access content, any content, not only historical content, which is obviously very, very complicated. They access this content through generally images, but almost no text. So we wanted to give them something to get them interested in history in the form of graphical content design to cover Westerplatte, but also other battles across history. This is a part of the Westerplatte digital project. And this project takes us to Westerplatte battlefield, where you can actually access the Westerplatte buildings or walk on the battlefield on 31st September 1939. We have also recreated the very first moments of the German Nazi attack on the Westerplatte transit depot, and there is a feature where you can experience the first seconds of the war through the eyes of the station master at Westerplatte, Wojciech Najsarek. In terms of the platform, of course, Westerplatte content is the leading thread, but we also have other battles. And this is done in such a way that either you can go on the website or you can use our WBMF AR application to access the same content. Application has also got quizzes to answer, quiz questions to answer, or you can access our AR and VR models of soldiers, battle participants. In all, we have produced content that is interesting, that is graphically well designed, and that will encourage young people to go into the world of history more willingly. We had 30 digitally recreated exhibits on this Sketchfab platform and 70 3D models. This is quite a feat. Producing a single 3D model takes a lot of hours of work, and we have actually achieved this in a relatively short time during the time of the pandemic. And the viewers of the platform appreciate this, as can be seen on the right of the slide. It received distinctions. For instance, the best technological solution category in the Innovation Eagle contest by a leading Polish daily, Rzeczpospolita. One of the unique features and unique projects that we launched was a series of audio shows about great battles that you can actually listen to via the website or via the application WBMF. Now, these audio shows were produced in cooperation with our World Battlefield Museums Forum partners. And some of you are here with us today. For instance, Justin Maciejewski from National Army Museum or Hadrian Dirks from the Karl Kriese Museum. These people, thank you so much, provided audio content for us. They recorded their content in London, in Germany, in France, and they sent it to us, and then we could merge it together with our museum specialist talking about selected battles across history. This is a highly educative content. Not only can you listen to a battle narrative, but you can also access a transcript which teachers can use at schools to teach children about battles. The transcripts are also both in Polish and in English, and they can be downloaded through our website. We pride ourselves on launching this project. This is a very education project for schools. It's called the First Battle of World War II, Westerplatte, and this can be accessed through our website or through 3D goggles. This is a game in which children or users can go from point to point at Westerplatte and solve tasks. If you would like to check, please go on the website. It's very, very interesting. I strongly encourage you to access this. It's not only for young people. You might also enjoy it. And what we have done, if you've been to our exhibition, you know there is this special children's exhibition which is called Time Travel. Now, Time Travel is a very special exhibition. It shows the terror, the horror of World War II through the eyes of young children. In the Time Travel exhibition, we have 3 rooms. Each room shows a different period between 1939 and 1945. The first room shows the life of an average middle-class Polish family before the war. In the second room, the same room is shown during occupation and wartime, and the third room shows the reality after the war ended. In these rooms, children can touch things, they solve tasks. Of course, many of those things in these rooms are replicas, but they look as if they were real. So this is a hands-on experience for young people and children. And we've enjoyed a tremendous success with schools coming and going through the 3 rooms. Now, the way to go, because the project would be useless in times of pandemic, we decided to go digital with it, and now you can access it and walk across these rooms online. This is just the statistics. Statistics sometimes is misleading, but this statistics is true. It tells you exactly what we have achieved in times of the pandemic. So basically, if you look at this one digit, 2 terabytes of data was generated during these online activities by Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk. We've also had a great user engagement on social media. And we feel that with this project, we have added some value to historical content, and we have made young people interested in history. These projects are creative. They can be accessed via a computer at home or possibly a smartphone, and they are of a high education value. Now, the question remains, of course, just to finish this presentation, is this really the way to go, digital? Or was digital only a way for the museums to save themselves from closing down during the pandemic and visitors not returning? We have found that actually it was beneficial for our museum to publish online content because these people want to come to the museum and see the real stuff. There is a risk in going online because people who have seen online content, read online articles, took part in online conferences, and possibly, viewed museum artifacts as these sketchfab digital models may not come back to the museums, as I said. But I believe there is nothing to fear for the museum, because there is nothing more emotional than actually accessing and coming in contact with real artifacts exhibited in a traditional way, in museum cases. During my visit to the National Army Museum this last summer, on display there was a pair of breeches of a British general who lost his leg in the Battle of Waterloo. The breeches were the exact breeches that he wore during the battle. They were blood-stained and one leg was missing. And next to these breeches was a saw with which a surgeon, a military surgeon, cut off the leg of the general. Another example of an artifact is the Westerplatte cap eagle, distorted and twisted from a bomb blast that killed the crew of the guardhouse and the soldiers who wore the cap. This cap eagle has been digitalized, and you can actually view it in our online digital collections. But there's, again, nothing better than actually seeing a genuine eagle, which we have, and it's one of the precious items in our collections, and feel the presence of history at an arm's reach. Such artifacts leave museum visitors gobsmacked. So there's no comparison between viewing online content and viewing real artifacts, and this is also what we want to get across to our museum visitors. So in this way, digital content is only a tool for us, for all of us, to draw more visitors to visit. The number of visitors in our museum has been steadily growing since COVID, which is, very good, and we are really happy about this. But the digital world is a fact, and naturally we need to embrace it in our museum activity. There's no other way to go. If you don't go digital, then you lose audience. If you go digital, you may stand the chance to bring more visitors to the museum, especially younger generations. Traditional and digital, that's the tandem that can effectively work together to teach history in the future, and it is here to stay, and I'm excited to see what happens in the next decade or two. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie. Kolejny wykład.
Thank you for your speech. The next speech from Yang Chang-han from the War Memorial of Korea. Over to you.
Dzień dobry.
Hello.
And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chang Hun-yam. I'm from Republic of Korea, South Korea, and I am a curator of the War Memorial of Korea. It is an honor and privilege to be invited to participate in this forum. I'm so delighted to be here with you today. And thank you again to everyone who prepared this forum. The title of my presentation is Youth Engagement in New Normal Time. I'd like to introduce you various practices in my museum. Okay. I've divided my presentation into 7 parts. I'm going to tell you contents in terms of education, exhibition commentary, and cultural event. Well, we live in a conflict, division, and pandemic. I think we all have gone through the difficult times. We Koreans have always been in crisis, but it was up to us to settle or move forward. We have never been afraid of challenges. Even though we tried, even though it wasn't as successful as we expected, we could have made progress little by little. In New Normal Time, my museum, War Memorial of Korea, has faced a complicated and dynamic situation. But we always feel the core of sustainability of a museum is to invite young people to enjoy the museum. Because, as you know, museum is the hall of wisdom to give them a courage and power to overcome and to cope with the crisis in their life. However, they are different generations. They prioritize personal happiness. They consume social values. So we focus on these things. We have attempted a new platform. We have customized all the curriculum, and we have extended the various events. In my slide, you can see various practices in my museum. It may or may not be helpful. So please understand these are practices that are appropriate to the situation in Korea, especially in my museum. Well, I give you a brief introduction of my museum. We found the museum in 1994, and 2014, we opened the Children's Museum. It's a separate museum. And we are located in the center of Seoul, the capital city of Korea. It was a very strategically important place because ROK, Republic of Korea, Army headquarters was here before the museum, but they moved the southern part. We built our museum. We have 9 indoor galleries, 1 outdoor exhibition area, and children's museum. And special thing, every year, over 2 million people visit my museum. Oh, sorry, wait. Before my presentation, I'll show a short video clip. This is a kind of a promotional video. We have already one, but we have made newly this one with young boys. Have you heard of B-boys? Yeah, dancing boys. Yeah, we have this one. The reason why I show you this video is this may contain the direction and the strategy that we pursue. Enjoy it. It takes 3 minutes. Well, did you have fun? If you want to see more, I'll let you know the YouTube link. You can see this video on YouTube. Well, first I present to you our effort in education. We always intend to communicate and share values by leveraging digital technology. In my slide, you can see blue letters. It means our new attempt in my museum. This is educational leaflet. People pick this one every time at information desk. As you can see on my slide, the dark green is for the elementary school program, and the blue is for the middle and high school, and orange is adult and the family program. This year we run a total of 27 programs, but we focus 60% on young people. The main point of this year program is customizing and digitalizing. I'll show you the example. The left one is field trip, and the top right is online class, and the lower right is online craft class. For instance, craft class was one of the popular programs in my museum. We have offered the craft class in person, on site before the COVID, but as like many museums, we have a switch to online during the COVID. We take an online booking, we send package by mail, and we online class. Before the COVID, normally learners who live in Seoul, I told you the Seoul, the capital city, and the vicinity of Seoul could enjoy this program. But now, it could give more opportunity for students who live in remote area and countryside. As of 2022, we still run this program online. We really want to give more chance to more younger generations. This is mobile self-learning. We have developed 2 programs with the private companies. It is charged from, it's not free. The learners could solve the quiz and enjoy games using their mobile phone and tablet. They can enjoy AR. They could experience inside the gallery. It means they should visit the museum. It is kind of a hooking program to draw young people into museum. Yes, metaverse. It's a hot item. We have launched this program this May, 5 months ago. I will not explain the concept of metaverse here. We did not apply AR, augmented reality, or VR, virtual reality, in this application. It's just 2.5D. We run 2 programs. The left one, work is on the block. The target grade is grade 4, 6. And the right one is Woggle, run by Children's Museum. Its target grade is grade 1 and 3. I'll show you the short video clip, and I'll explain it. It starts from the subway. Learners participate in various missions in virtual space through their own avatars. 3 educators run this program with a capacity of 25 students. The contents are same as the galleries, almost the same. So we use the same contents in galleries. We can put everything, image, text, even videos. We also use the Korean commercial platform. Yeah, you can see the real-time talking and chatting with the educator, young kids. Yeah. There was no one who left in the middle of the class, and even some students stayed in this program after the class. Yeah. During the class, they talked and chatted a lot with their educators and their colleagues, their friends. We are achieving more than expected. This is a prototype. So we have a plan to elaborate next year, and we are preparing the different program for middle school. It's more complicated. It is another video, simple. The student leaflet message. We hope more people come to this museum and learn more history. Next, exhibitions. We have 9 galleries inside, and the 2 of them cover the story from prehistoric times to modern era. Several years ago, we decided to plan these 2 galleries. We decided to link these galleries with school textbook. As a result, these 2 exhibition rooms have become hot place for teachers. although we have a National Museum of Korea, but they mainly focus object. But we, War Memorial Korea, covered all history chronologically, focusing on wars. As you know, the Korean history is full of conflict and wars, so we really want to let them know our sad history. And we also increased digital experience section in New Gallery. This is the ROK Armed Forces room. We renovated this room in 2019 and 2020, and we put some digital experience. I'll show you a short video clip. This is Republic of Korea Armed Forces room. We call it the Warrior Platform. The visitors can enjoy the experience wearing a future uniform. It's me. Through a virtual system. When they finish, they can put on every gear through this system. And when they finish experience, they can picture to their phone. The next one, it is a future weapon room. We added this digital section this year. We have cooperated with Agents for Defense Development. They supported the budget, and we curated it. At the time, they really wanted to have a space to promote their activities. And we really need to upgrade our section. So it is results of a win-win strategy. So we always cooperate with other organizations. It's a little bit different, the previous kind of game. But they really want to show their future weapon system to the younger generations. And temporary exhibition. I'd like to introduce a unique special exhibition. I planned this project and curated with my colleagues in 2020 during the COVID. At the time, I was head of an exhibition department. We seriously thought long and hard how to customize the COVID-19 situation. So we tried this individual booth. We selected 38 people from generals, soldiers, officers, and ordinary people who experienced the war. We really want to let the young people to their voice. So when you sit inside this booth, you can see and hear without any contact. And you could feel calmness, and you can concentrate on an object. I'll show you. In this exhibit, we used just one sentence message for each person and a simple image and video for young people. We used the four-wall side to show video. From 2020 back to 1950, the year of the outbreak of the Korean War. This is shopping. We really want to give them a kind of reflective and meditative space. And this is a module-based touring exhibition. Actually, we don't have any outreach program and touring exhibition, but during the COVID, we have attempted this kind of things. It is module-based. Some of you already have this kind of things. We have operated a military and war museum network since 2014. As of 2022, 50 entities joined this network. But they are varied in size, in scope, and they normally located in remote area on the battlefield. They always have a problem to prepare new exhibition, new education program. So we made it. So we just send this module, and they just open and just display without any educators. We also cooperate with the Ministry of Patriot and Veterans Affairs. We are preparing a third module-based kit. It is based on video. It's totally different from this kind of things. And during the COVID, we also focused on online exhibition like many museums around the world. People can enjoy content. On my website, YouTube, they can see the gallery, historical site, music, in-depth commentary, and armed for friendly fans. And we have recently attempted to cooperate with the private companies. The company name is District. They are famous for their media art technology. Some of you have already this video. We call this Wave on YouTube. They showcased this polymedia artwork in Seoul, 2020, and then Waterfall, New York City, in New York City Times Square, 2022. We are going to try to set up this play, this kind of play. It's a little bit different, at a smaller scale. We want to put this video arc in this hall, we call it Gaboksan Hall, because we are preparing a temporary exhibition to commemorate 430th anniversary, the war between Joseon Dynasty and Japan. We hope more people can visit our museum. And I show you the temporary exhibition. The young kids leave the message. I like to focus on people rather than process the outcomes of the war, so we succeed. And next, exhibition commentary. Oh, sorry. We have an exhibition commentary team like Second World War Museum in Gdańsku, and it has 16 professional interpreters. They provide guided tours using 4 languages: Korean, English, Japanese, and Chinese. In regular exhibition tours, they mainly focus on young people based on class unit. In spring and autumn, a lot of schools sign up for guided tours. And there was one more thing, a meaningful attempt last year. They provided a complex program, 1 hour using with a Zoom lecture and 1 hour live stream gallery tour for the military soldiers who couldn't visit my museum during the COVID. It was very successful. And this is the photos, the kids, children, the soldiers, student. And before the COVID-19, the team also had run a special exhibition for summer vacation. We wanted to connect parents with their children in this program. It was very successful. At the time, 1,500 participated in this program. It is a SWAT exhibition tour. We don't have any audio guide. We have switched to this mobile exhibition tours. We intend to integrate every memorial of Korea into this application. As of now, 3 museums are in this application: my museum, Army Museum, and UN Peace Memorial. People could use the content anywhere. Also, we are cooperating with the Ministry of Science and ICT. And during the COVID, the commentary team really wanted to communicate in real time with their visitors. They run a live stream-based exhibition commentary, not a pre-recorded coverage last year. We could communicate in real time. It is noteworthy that elementary and middle school students showed more interest than adults. It's a very noteworthy fact. And I'd like to introduce the student docent system. We target a niche market of middle school curriculum. So we really want to give them chance for volunteer work and the job experience through our docent system. Before the pandemic, they actually guided visitor tours from weekend March. And finally, I'm going to introduce our cultural event. We have set up 2 strategies: the making culture brand and the expanding various events. First, we have 3 main cultural events: Children's Day in May, and Memorial Month in June, and the UN Culture in October. First, Children's Day has been a signature program in my museum, but however, we have downsized the scope and diversified the program. Next, the Memorial Month. We had a previous 1-day event for Memorial Day, June 6th, but starting this year, we increased the event period and diverse programs. You can see painting contests, special lectures, music concerts. So as a consequence, in just 1 month, 180,000 people visit my museum. And next, UN Culture Week. We launched this program last year during the COVID. The Korean War is a civil war, and simultaneously is an international war, because 22 countries participated in the Korean War. So we prepared this program to remember the UN veterans and express our gratitude once again through the voice of a younger generation. We also focus on the young people in this project. And beside the previous one, we try to, a lot of the various events you can see. And the kids live the message. I was so happy to express my gratitude even just with my eyes. Well, I have talked about various practices to engage young people. I would like to emphasize the three things and wrap up my presentation. First, we need to develop diverse programs that enable us to connect generations. Second, we should build a digital-based program for younger generations. They really want free communication. They demand to bridge the information gap. They build a relationship. They enjoy leisure time. They learn something from through the social network service. If we could give them this kind of content, the museum could be a social place and education hub for them. And third, we cannot do this alone. It's not just a matter of money and technology. If we cooperate with each other, we could get a bigger chance. During the pandemic has been a new challenge at the beginning for us, but the War Memorial of Korea will continue challenge that we have never taken before. And finally, I'll show you one more thing. It's the view, my museum. We are surrounded by the high building and mountain. I'll show you the time lapse from morning to evening. Well, dziękuję bardzo. 감사합니다. Thank you for your attention time.
Dziękujemy bardzo za
Thank you very much for your presentation. The next presenter will be Dr. Julien Guillon, a representative of the Resistance Monument in Vercors, France.
I would like to thank the entire museum team for their warm welcome. I would also like to thank the technical staff, security and translators. Let me introduce myself. My name is Julien Guillon. I'm French. I'm an historian at the Vercors Resistance Memorial located in France. Probably, certainly, the smallest museum presented at this conference. I suggest you approach my presentation in 6 synthetic points. I will first quickly introduce you to the memorial, then its location, what it is planted there. We will therefore quickly back come to the fight. Then we'll see how it is integrated into its environment. Finally, what are our mission and project? The memorial has a dual purpose: pay tribute to the resistance fighters who created one of the most important places of resistance in France during the Second World War. Pay tribute to civilian victims. It was wanted by the former resistance fighter and the Vercors Regional Nature Park, the public institution for which I worked. It was inaugurated in 1994 by the Prime Minister. We welcome approximately 33,000 visitors. It's located 1,300 above sea level, about 2,500 square meters, and our team is made up of 6 people, and I am the only trained historian. We are 6. Location of the memorial. I allow myself to situate this region of the Alps. Let's look at Europe, then France, and the Vercors. This mountain range is surrounded by a barrier of imposing cliffs. There are only villages, no towns, and all of them are around 1,000 meters above sea level. The forest is dominant. We can see here a part of the memorial and its location within Vercors. Why this location? Let's go back a bit. In June 1940, France lost the war against German troops. Between June 1940 and November 1942, the Third Reich occupied the north of France. The Vercors is still in free zone. From November 1942, all of France was occupied, except for a few small regions like Vercors, which is difficult to access. Germany needs workers for its war industry. The French government will collaborate with Germany, and young French people are requisitioned to go to work in Germany. Some of them refuse and join the mountain regions to hide with the complicity of the civilian population, and more particularly in Vercors. Gradually, they are harmed by the Allies, USA, UK, Canada. After the Normandy landings in June, there are around 4,000 fighters in these small territories. The Vercors is not occupied by German troops. It is a real natural fortress. Many resistants, but also Jewish families meet there. I would like to point out that no Jewish family was deported because they were protected by the civilian population and by the French resistance. Why this location? But the German troops could not support this concentration of fighters in their rear. Around a lot of German soldiers, we don't know exactly the right shift, attacked Vercors in July 1944. The German Air Force also attacked from the air and guided exactly at Vassieux-en-Vercors, which is about 2,050 inhabitants and 40 resistance fighters. It was the largest air operation in Western Europe carried out by the Luftwaffe in 1944. The village, the small village, was completely destroyed. All of the villagers was, half of the villagers was massacred. The order to disperse is given by the leader of the resistance fighter because the civilian population is massacred. When the German troops leave the Vercors is devastated. It was not just like the small village of Vassieux, but was destroyed, many others too in a few days. But Vassieux remains the symbol of this rottenness. The youngest victim was 18 months old. Excuse me. That is why the veterans decided to build the memorial on this location. I've been working for 3 years on reports from the Red Cross and reports from medical examiners to try to understand this. My job is also to give much information as possible to families who have lost a loved one or sometimes a very large of their family. It's important for me to say that I live in this village. Close to so many surviving families, some have not realized their mourning because many graves are empty. I am therefore very busy in my daily life. In recent months, I have identified not people who died during the war, but people who went mad after the discovery of these abuses or who committed suicide a few years later. I have to be honest, this is one of my areas of research in the years to come. but I have to rely on experts with skills that I don't have. The memorial was symbolically built above on a battlefield with a panoramic perspective of the small village of Vassieux rebuilt after the war, above a national necropolis managed by the Ministry of the Armed Force, unique in France because it contains the graves of combatants and civilians. It's very different from Verdun or the beaches of Normandy. The memorial and its integration into the landscape. The building follows the curves of the mountain. The roof has been vegetated to blend the memorial into vegetation. The architect refused the idea of monumentality. During its construction, many munitions were found. We are of the earth of the fighting. During the work, the winter climate put the construction to the test. The seat was buried under snow twice, and the cold made it very difficult. Despite everything, the building was built in 9 months by local companies who employs very often have a family past marked by the Vercors during the Second World War. To access to memorial in winter, I can assure you that it's not easy, even when the roads are clear. In fact, storms are frequent. This difficulty of winter reminds us on a daily basis that welcoming resistance fighters in this condition would never have been possible without the perfect complicity of the population. Our exhibition, it's a sensitive, immersive sound and visual tour which plunges the visitor into the heart of the history of the resistance. Visiting the memorial is an experience that allows you to learn, to question yourself through the emotion that animated the women and men who resisted. For this, we have devices redesigned before and installed during the pandemic enclosure of the memorial. 3-dimensional mapping, sound and visual fiction, video documentaries, a space dedicated to the restoration of the French Republic, the testimony of people who lived through the events, a space dedicated to engagement, and a serious game for younger or older. Thanks to which the visitor becomes an actor of his visit and temporary exhibition. But above all, the presentation of a Hadrian biography on a wall written to pay tribute to the unknown resistance fighter, and above all, and that I want to do as a scientist, to present women in resistance who were absent from historiography before the opening of unpublished archive. All of what we present inside is very sober, like the building. Our mission, our action, just to remind that the memorial is a public institution with a public service mission. Our team is made of 6 people. Of course, we offer guided tours, general public and scientific publication. The choice was made to bring contemporary art to the memorial, despite this very isolated mountain territory. This is also permanent adaptation to the type of public we receive. This is most certainly the advantage of being a small team. I hope we are constantly adapting. Small territory, small museum, small village, but we are open to international and will present this to you in my conclusion. The Vercors in resistance is represented by 32 nationalities of fighters: Japanese, Algerian, Ukrainian, Slovenian, Polish, for example. Here we can see cemetery in a little small village in Vercors where Polish fighters were buried. Conclusion, we are very open to cooperation project between museums. We are very small but passionate team. To really end, What excited me the most in my job is to personally welcome young people excluded from culture in general to the memorial, to offer them workshops related to the humanist values of the resistance. In collaboration with the Ministry of Justice, I regularly receive young people taken away from their parents, out of school, and sometimes in jail. To be honest, this job is a commitment in the service of knowledge, but it is also a personal commitment in the service of peace and freedom. Dziękuję. And you're welcome in France.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie. Thank you for the speech and invitation.
Thank you for your speech. Our next speaker will be Ulf Eirik Torgersen, director of the Narvik War Museum in Norway.
Okay. Director, other honored guests, organizers, colleagues, thank you for the invitation and good speech so far. The Narvik War and Peace Center and the Narvik War Museum is one of 7 human rights centers in Norway, where 4 of us is established based on World War II history. The Narvik is the northernmost and have a responsibility to be out bringing in the school and defense personnel, where we educate them in World War II story and at the same time making reflection to war and conflict today. So my headline for today's speak, who I got from the museum, War Museum and Human Rights Education, how can they be combined? Abstract. In 2016, the new Narvik War Museum exhibition with the term of World War II and war and human rights in general opened in the town of Narvik, Norway, in the north of a polar circle. It used the collection from the museum originality established in 1964, but not always in a fashion perceived as traditional. The paper discussed the planning process with regards to target groups and method of dissemination and the consequence of choice made. The result from 8 years of operation, positive and negative reaction from certain interfaithful groups and measures to count them are to be discussed. Introduction. After the German attack on the Arctic Norwegian town of Narvik and Norway, 9th of April 1940, the Battle of Narvik involved Norwegian, British, French and Polish forces fighting the Nazi German attackers. For a short while, the Allied were able to recapture Narvik before it was abandoned, due to the situation on the European continent. The battle lasted for 62 days, involved approximately 32,000 soldiers, and 8.5 died during the battle. Narvik is one of the iconic battles of World War II and is often termed Hitler's first defeat. When the occupation occurred, the Germans started to prepare the invasion of Soviet Union by establishing up to 450,000 soldiers in Norway, and more than 2.5 million on both sides of the front line served on the North Front, with an attack from the north of Norway and Finland. We were after that sending prisoners to Norway to establish the Atlantic Wall and railroad to the front. 13,000 prisoners was established in different camps around in Norway, and most of them in the north. To protect the front, they also established a U-boat base and the battleship command in the north, to mention a small part of the history. After World War II ended, the regional Red Cross created a memorial museum, first opening as Narvik War Memorial Museum in 1964. The museum exhibition has been in operation since, and the exhibition I will discuss here is today being mentioned as the Narvik War Museum. The last major upgrade prior to 2016 was done during the late 80s. The war and the following occupation, 1940 to 45, influenced all parts of society. A lot of material related to the war was on civilian hands when the museum was established. This resulted in a large number of donations in line with common practice in local museums. The focus was on displaying the maximum number of artifacts on the available space. Furthermore, the exhibition reflects a perception of World War II history that was rather black and white, seldom reflecting on the dilemmas and gray zone that individuals meet during war. Planning. In 2013, the Narvik War and Peace Center received a government grant for a new building that should include a new exhibition and the collection. The grant was based on an application prioritizing education of war, conflict, and human rights towards schools. This is not to say that school has not been unimportant to the previous version of the exhibition. But in Norway, as in many other countries, we have seen a transition from how World War II is talked about in museum and general discussing. Moving from what we can call a classic memorial display, where one honors the participations from place, country you are in, to a method of storytelling, interactivity, and focus on different perspectives on individuals' actions. Over the year, we experienced that the old exhibition did not communicate as well as we wanted with younger people. All true, it was held in high regards by another group, men of age 50 plus. We have a keen interest in World War II memorabilia and settled view on the history of World War II. In the planning process for the transition from the old building to the new one, we emphasize that the new exhibition should communicate with younger people and should allow us to educate on universal issues on war and human rights. There is a distinct difference between planning a permanent exhibition for these purposes and using an existing memorial exhibition for human rights education. That complicates the matter in addition to the before-mentioned male in his 50s. Is that the museum is the #1 attraction for tourists and cruise guests, and in number, the paying customers outnumbers the school by far. But the presentation to the school takes much, much more time. There will always be many opposing considerations that has to be done in creating a new permanent exhibition. This is especially true when you have a diverse audience with divergent wishes and preference. To make an exhibition to educate on difficult and abstract issues, such as human rights, make it even harder. Our approach to this was to design the exhibition over 3 floors and in 2 distinct sections, totally 1,500 square meters of exhibition. The first one tells the World War II history of a region using fairly classic museum storytelling, displaying historical artifacts and text, but also audiovisual tools to help the audience to learn about the history in different ways. We have reduced the density of items and put a lot of emphasis on scenographic elements. However, we battle with designer to keep a large amount of text and artifacts by modern standard, as we did not wish to align the more traditionally inclined museum visitors. The second section is termed sauna and used World War II artifacts in combination with elements from art and film to make installation that ask reflecting questions about war and human rights. One of them is the French World War II tank, that has an extender mounted to a barrel and been named recoil. In our education program, we use it to ask questions about what happened when you are firing a cannon or start a war. Can war be justified? To what cost and means? A second one is an installation called Peace Torpedo, which are flying missiles with angel wings mounted. The name is, of course, a reference to Orwell's novel 1984 and its newspeak, and we use it to discuss propaganda and false news as a part of conflicts. Results. The exhibition opened to the public in July 2016. During the 8 years of operation, nearly 350,000 people have visited the exhibition in a town with a population of 19,000. The increase in general admission were 41%, and for school it was 140%. In total, 9 out of 10 reviews of TripAdvisor and Google are very good. The 10th, however, is very often so annoyed by our use of unexpected element that even if they enjoy the first section, they give really bad reviews. Mayor, stakeholders, and founders have all responded positively. The school are very happy with us, and the younger one generally state that they like the later part best. Many local approach us and are happy that we try to link past experience with current affairs, especially in the situation Europe is in today. But we have this last 10% from whom we over time have learned to enjoy some of the comments that are made. Postmodernist nonsense. If you want to discuss the current issue, there should be able TV footage from the war in Syria. It's a total disgrace that you have done to the armored tank. This is supposed to be a war museum. Keep up the peace crap and put in some more heavy equipment. I was considering giving it 4 stars, but just thinking about the last part, I get so annoyed that I will only rate it in 3 stars. We have analyzed our visitors by questionnaires, interviews, observation, and reviews, and as stated above, most are very satisfied with the exhibition in total. Many are happy to learn about a strong war history and do not put much weight in their reviews on the sauna section, while some are enthusiastic and surprised about it. Kids are generally, as I said earlier, excited by the sauna section. What we have seen in observation is that many of our adult guests do not interact with the sauna. We believe that this is because it felt unfamiliar and arty, and some people are uncomfortable interacting with this kind of exhibition. We have done some adjustment, trying to prepare the visitor at the entrance that this is about more than World War II in rural Norway. Furthermore, we have provided questions and interactive installation to make the guest more interactive. However, we still need further measures to make the exhibition interact with a larger proportion of the audience. Reflection. In most ways, the exhibition has been successful this far. However, I would like to dwell on why some people are so annoyed with approaching using non-controversial measures. There are, of course, many answers, and people are individuals, but still we have seen some trends. One of the way people differ is whether they like it or dislike to be surprised. Set in a town in rural Arctic Norway, a stereotypical expectation on what to expect from a war museum is not somewhere that use element from art. Some people are positive to this surprise, while others are not. Secondly, some people put their pride into never having set their foot into an art museum. These people may feel misled. Other appears to differ in their emotional connection to artifacts. Many of them expect military artifacts to be displayed in what they perceive as their true or real way. To us, this was an unexpected reaction, given that these are mostly items constructed to kill, and some of them probably have been used for that purposes. To use the example of recoil, the tank with a bent extender was originally a French tank, but the Germans took it as a war booty when France was invaded in 1940 and installed a new cannon in it. It was brought to Norway by the Germans. After the war, it was painted green. Painted green, and during the 80s placed on the town square in Narvik, to great annoyance of some of the inhabitants. This is what some people perceive as the real state of a tank. However, the current version of a tank has the original color that the German gave it, and the only alteration is a pipe mounted to the cannon. I could, of course, go on for longer while on perception, on rationality, but the point is that original related to point of view and feelings. Perhaps some of harshest critics are made because we are tampering with memories from their prime. And as we all know, alas, everything was at its best when we were in our prime. We have identified several ways to address these issues. First, prepare the guest to what is coming. Based on the experience and feedback, we did some changes that appeared to have worked. But it's hard to measure, since what we actually may be measuring is the resignation from a particular group of potential guests. That is, they have stopped coming. Second, further measures to invite the guests to interact with the exhibition. The best of this is, of course, the human guide, which we always try to provide when we have groups. However, we do not have the capacity to have guides present for all individual guests. So we are currently looking at how we can use digital surface with video and interactive elements to engage a broader audience. Third, when the criticism is not too rude, we also try to engage in conversation or debate about the criticism. Finally, perhaps one has to put out 10% of the people in order to engage the middle 80 in reflecting about these issues. If there is no friction, what is displayed will be bland and not able to create transformation within our guests. Conclusion. We set out creating this exhibition with a very particular goal in mind, that people should learn about and from local history, and at the same time reflect on current issues. We even use the term thought-provoking during our planning. In the process, we did a thorough analysis of a target group based on the stakeholders and general audience. We did have an expectation that some people simply do not like changes. So we try to counteract this in the section of the exhibition that tells about World War II in the region. Our primary and secondary target groups are very happy about it, the way it became. And in many regards, we can say that the fact that some people are annoyed to contribute this to it all being a success. However, what we did not expect was that the mere presence of something abstract and art-like was able to set out that harsh reaction. So at the end, after saying this, we are true against our concept, but we are now in a project with the Museum of the Slovakian National Uprising as a partner, enlarging our exhibition with the title Open Depository, where we can meet some of our complaining audience who would like to see as many items as possible without disturbing the concept I took you through. The Narvik War and Peace Center works to build peace through knowledge of war. Thank you for the attention.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie.
Thank you very much for presentation. The next presenter is the director of the National Army Museum in London, Mr. Justin Maciejewski.
All those fantastic presentations over the last 2 days. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a real honour to be here in Gdańsk for the World Battlefield Museum Forum. I'm obviously conscious that this gathering has been delayed a number of times due to the COVID pandemic. So it is just absolutely fantastic to be here together in person. And I would really love to thank everyone involved with organising it. Again, I know it's been said before, but I think all of us who are here feel this has been an absolutely superb conference. So many thanks to all of you for organising it. And it's a really diverse group, and I think it's been wonderful hearing all the presentations and the variety of museums and battlefields that we've heard about over the last 2 days. From a very personal point of view, my father used to spend his childhood summers in Sopot on the Baltic coast before the Second World War. So it means a great deal to be here from a personal perspective. And my son is in the British Army, currently serving in Poland as part of a NATO mission. So again, it feels quite appropriate to be here at the moment, talking about some of the subjects that we're talking about at this conference. So my name's Justin Maciejewski, and I'm the director of the National Army Museum in Chelsea, London. And you'll understand that Chelsea is not actually a battlefield, but we do look at battlefields from Chelsea, the battlefields in which British soldiers and soldiers of the Crown have served over many centuries, over three and a half centuries. And in the next 20 minutes, I'd like to cover a number of areas. Now let's see if I've got this right. Brilliant. First of all, I'd like to cover our Royal Charter. We're the only museum in the United Kingdom with a Royal Charter from the Queen. And our mission is derived from that charter. I'd like to explore it a little bit because it tells us something about why we exist and why it matters. I'd like to look at what we call the master narrative of our army, because it's around this narrative that we are refreshing our museum, and we're rebuilding the galleries and revising them. It's not a cage, it's not a closed narrative, it's a skeleton, it's an open narrative. I'd like to just lay it out because it's basically the most important aspect of how we're transforming the museum in the coming years. And then lastly, I'd like to just quickly lay out some of our plans and goals for the years ahead. I'm going to move away from my script because I'm better without a script. This is our Royal Charter. It was given to us by the late, great Queen Elizabeth II in 1960. And those are the words that were chosen at the time. And I'll let you read that for a moment. And then I want to pull out a few aspects of the Royal Charter. There are two things I'd like to pull out from that charter. The first is the term "our army." The term British Army was crossed out, and the words "our army" was inserted in 1960. And that's because the story we tell is much bigger than the British Army. It's a story of the imperial armies, the Indian Army, the African armies, the regiments from the West Indies, soldiers from Asia, soldiers from all corners of the world who served under the British Crown over 350 years. And their story is part of our story. And those soldiers were our soldiers, all serving a single purpose at the time. And their stories mustn't be forgotten. So the term "our army" is aimed at making it a much bigger story than the British Army as it exists today in Britain. So we always refer to "our army." And it is a diverse story. It's a story that is full of shared history with over 50 countries in the world. And it's shared heritage that most of those countries are incredibly proud of. And indeed, their armies are built on the shared heritage with the British Army. So it's an important term, "our army." The second thing I'd like to draw out is the use of the word history and traditions. And nowhere in the Royal Charter do we see history without the word traditions next to it. Now, if we were writing this charter today, we wouldn't say traditions, we'd say heritage. But the importance of that word, traditions, is for me key in how we approach refreshing and transforming the museum. Because it's all about identity and heritage. And history and heritage have to walk together. Let me give you one small example. The Battle of Westerplatte here in Poland. From a military historical point of view, in terms of its impact on the Second World War, it's a small event. But its importance for history, for heritage and identity and traditions is incalculable. And the same for the British Army with Rorke's Drift in the Zulu Wars, a small battle with 100 men against the Zulus in 1879. From a historical point of view, quite a small battle. But from a point of view of traditions and heritage, incredibly important. Because in that battle, identity was forged. And also values were forged, values of standing your ground and not giving up, similar to Westerplatte. So this notion of heritage walking alongside history is very important. And sometimes we have to give heritage primacy over history, where it's important in terms of forging identity. And our mission is drawn from our Royal Charter. And so why were we created and why does it matter? The first is, it's an obvious one, but if we understand what our soldiers have done through history and over time, it reminds us of what we have today in terms of our freedoms, what has had to be fought for. And if our taxpayers understand where their taxes are going, they're more likely to be positive about spending money on defence, which is excruciatingly expensive. So we owe it to our population to explain why, through time, soldiers have been needed, and what they've done through time has really mattered to what we have today. This is British soldiers during the Cold War in West Germany, preparing for a war that at that time never came. And if we understand our military heritage, it anchors us in who we are today, because it is a key part of the DNA of Britain. The history of the army is a history of regiments. There are 140 regimental museums in the United Kingdom, right across the country. And the story of our soldiers are told in these 140 heartlands of these different regiments across the country. The National Army Museum, in fact, was one of the last national museums for the army of pretty well any nation, particularly in Europe. And we were one of the last countries to have a national museum dedicated to soldiers and the army. And that's because the identity of the British Army is held by regiments. That's why it's called the Army and not the Royal Army. It's the regiments that are royal. It's not the army. It's the Royal Navy, it's the Royal Air Force, but it's just the army. And here in the last 10 days last month, when we had the period of national mourning, we saw on display the full panoply of the heritage of the British Army, front and centre, as we said farewell to our glorious Queen after her 70-year reign. And these stories of why these different soldiers are doing different things in those 10 days of national mourning made the country really wake up to the richness of that heritage. And every uniform, every button, every ceremony had a genesis that went back hundreds of years. And I think this is the other really important thing about why this was important for Britain to have this museum in London, looking at, if you like, the heritage as well as the history. And that's because the British Army, I think pretty well uniquely in Europe, with the exception perhaps of Switzerland and Sweden, the British Army uniquely has an unbroken line of service going back 360 years. There is no catastrophic defeat. There are plenty of defeats, but none of them are catastrophic. We've always been able to bounce back with the institutional continuity of the army intact. So what we have in the heritage of the army is this unbroken line that takes us right the way back to the restoration of the monarchy in 1660. And this is a key strand of our national identity, who we are. And I think thirdly, there was an awareness when we were founded that we needed to maintain a sort of research capability and help policymakers, politicians, diplomats and soldiers and others, academics, understand the importance of military history and how the patterns of military history inform our future. And this is a photograph of our Secretary of State for Defence announcing the British aid package to support Ukraine and their struggle against the Russian invader. And he chose the National Army Museum as the backdrop for his major speech on the issue, because he wanted to make the point that we were fulfilling our historic purpose and we were doing what Britain always does in moments like this. And indeed, as I said earlier, there are British soldiers deployed here in Poland on the eastern flank of NATO. So these are the three reasons of why it matters, why it's important. And so onto the master narrative. This was the attempt to create on two sides of paper the story of our army. What is the story that we're actually telling? We can't just describe objects with a chronology. We can't just describe objects through various themes. We have to have a story. It doesn't have to have an end, but it has to have a structure. And so we spent 6 months working with academics, with visitors, with audience groups that used our website, with a variety of people to try and establish an open narrative, a narrative as a skeleton that would now allow us to bolt on stories, exhibitions, public program, but around a structure. So what is that master narrative? Well, the first one is that our army is an army of volunteers. And for all but 25 years of the British Army's 360-year history, we have had volunteers. We only had national service, conscription, for 2 years in the First World War, end of 1916 to 1918, for the Second World War, and for the first 15 years of the Cold War. With the exception of those periods, for the entirety of our history, the army has been an army of volunteers. That is an extraordinary story. Whether they're from India, from Africa, from the West Indies, from Asia, they have been volunteers, paid. The roles of our army have not changed over 360 years. They've been the same. And the first role is protecting our island home, the United Kingdom and the community. Protecting the realm, as we would call it. It might be the pandemic. It might be a national strike. It might be a flood. It might be terrorism. It might be an existential threat. When Napoleon was preparing his barges off Boulogne, or when Hitler was staring across the channel from Calais. We form militias. We defend our island home. That role has not changed. And so when we tell that story, we've got to tell that story as its own story. The idea that we protect our island home. The second role, which has not changed since the late 18th century, is that our army has fought in Europe with allies, almost always with allies, to prevent the threat to the balance of power within Europe, or to prevent any tyrant taking control of Europe. We fought Louis XIV. We fought Napoleon when he was putting his brothers on the thrones of Europe. We fought the Kaiser when the Kaiser wanted to dominate Europe. We fought Hitler. We stood up to Stalin. And now we're standing up to Putin. This is Britain's story in Europe. We're a European power, and our army and the history of our army reflects that history. And regardless of the age, this constant story continues to evolve even today. And we're an army that go everywhere in the world. We go to every continent. We're a maritime nation, and our army gets deployed by sea, or more recently by air, to take part in operations in all four corners of the world. And we always have done since the first British troops set foot in Tangier in the late 17th century. The British Army has deployed as formed units into 180 members of today's United Nations. That is an extraordinary story. It might be a peacekeeping operation, it might be a humanitarian operation, it might be to garrison a particular place, it might be as part of the imperial story, it might be as part of one of the global wars. But the fact that soldiers in formed groups have deployed to over 180, it's just over 180 countries of today's United Nations, is an extraordinary thing. And so we need to tell that story, this notion of global engagement in support of our national interests and obviously in support of our alliances and the international community. This is a photograph of soldiers in Central America, in Belize. And the army has had to innovate through time to have the edge on the battlefield. Sometimes reluctantly, sometimes enthusiastically, but innovation and adapting technology has been part of this 360-year story of the soldier. And we need to tell people about this. The army is an engine of change, social change as well as technological change. How have soldiers shaped society through innovation over time? And so that's what we call the master narrative. If we can lay out the story in these very clear, accessible blocks, we can have a chance of giving people a clear idea of what the history of our soldiers and our army is. Moving on to our sort of strategy and our plans in a little bit more detail. These are the four blocks along which we develop the museum. We call them our lines of development or lines of evolution or strategic lines of activity. And the first one is around how we communicate the story and how we build a public program around that story, a rich public program that caters for all of our different audience groups. We have one of the most diverse audiences of any museum in London because people come to the National Army Museum for all sorts of different reasons. We need to understand our audiences and connect with them. Some people come because they're passionate about military history. They're a small number, actually, but there are some people, the ones that Ulf was talking about complaining, they're the ones. So we have a good number of those, but they're not the majority. We have people who love history more broadly. We have people who just want to take their family out of the rain for a couple of hours and enjoy a museum which they haven't seen before. We have people who are connected to the army. They might be serving in the army, or have children serving in the army, or have grandfathers or fathers or mothers who served in the army. They're interested. They're a connected audience. And then we have general visitors who are just going around London, seeing different museums, and we're probably somewhere in the bottom half of their list, but they've got to us eventually. So we have to understand these different audiences and make sure there is something for everyone at the museum. And if we can't do it in the galleries, we'll do it with the public programme. So the first strand is this notion of communication and programming. The second is about research and publication. And this has been long neglected. For over 30 years, we have neglected research and we've neglected publication. And we're now investing significant money in building what we're calling the National Army Museum Institute, which is looking at funding research fellowships in different universities around the country. And we're looking to work with international partners as well. And I'm glad to say we are in the process of working with Polish partners on a joint research project as part of that research initiative, looking at Polish soldiers within the wider British armies of the Second World War, the 8th Army in Italy and the 21st Army Group in Northwest Europe. The third strand is around our collections and our exhibitions. And it's making sure that the way we display our collection reflects our narrative. In other words, how can we make our story more accessible? We refreshed our museum in 2017 along thematic lines. And everyone thought this was a marvellous idea. But it wasn't clear to our visitors what the themes were. And they were confused. And so we're now having to redo the galleries, and we're doing it along the lines of the narrative I described earlier. In other words, chronothematically around these big stories that I described in what we call the master narrative. And then lastly, the enabling of the museum, with obviously commercial income, with generating philanthropy and technology. And we have got to upgrade our collections management system as a priority, and also some of the other IT systems that underpin the museum as an institution. And all of that relies on money, as you can understand. But those are the 4 lines of development along which we are taking the museum in the coming years. And so lastly, where are we heading? Where are we heading to? This is what we call our April 27 goal. And I'll let you read that for a moment. It took about a month to write this, because what we were keen to do was to get as many members of the staff involved in crafting this, whether it's workshops or small meetings or one-to-one meetings with people, and then obviously getting our other stakeholders and our sponsors to align with this target of where we're trying to get to. And around the idea of the narrative and making sure all of that was kind of accepted and we were all aligned around it. But the investment in this and those 4 lines of development to try and keep it nice and simple, and the narrative is now really beginning to bear fruit. As we come out of the pandemic, we can see ourselves marching along those 4 those lines of development towards a fully sort of transformed and refreshed National Army Museum. So many thanks for your attention, and again, it's wonderful to be here at this conference. Thank you.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie.
Thank you for your speech. The next speaker, General Major Hossam al-Din Hassan Shehata, Director of the Military Museums Department at the Ministry of Defense of Egypt.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Major General Hossam al-Din Hassan Shehata. I am occupied all military position up to the current position, which is manager of the Military Museum Department. That includes 4 military museums: National Military Museum, October War Panorama, Port Said Military Museum, and El Alamein Military Museum, which commemorate El Alamein battle that took place in Egypt. It will be our pleasure that Poland participates in this museum soon. Egypt tops world countries rich in bright history with a 7,000-year civilization abundant with victories and glory, as it has always served as the sword and shield of homeland. The Egyptian armed forces has taken up its role in all state, field, and sectors, including culture, history, promotion, and spiritual rule mandated to military museum and site that represent intellectual and spiritual illumination for fellow Egyptians. There is a lot of challenge. Nowadays, there is a lot of challenge face the museum. The most common challenges is digitalization and attract more visitors, lockdown policies reaching the younger generation. Digitalization. With creating page on social media sites, with the museum news constantly broadcasting and sharing events, the activities, to the public. Activate the online reservation through the website. The presence of all the information that the visitor need on the official website. Attract more visitors. Through advertisement and sponsors, conducting advertising campaign on social media in coordination with Ministry of Immigration and the Egyptian Abroad Affairs. Flexibility in booking method by having special rates for groups, family, and school trips. Highlight the best pieces in the place by displaying piece every month. The museum highlights all the information about it and gives it importance. Organizing external and internal exhibition in the museum to display collectible, whether in store or on display. Organizing lecture and workshop. Lockdown policies. After Corona pandemic spread, the result was partial and complete lockdown for the most museum. Lockdown caused high. After Corona pandemic spreads, the result was partial and complete lockdown for the most museum. This lockdown caused a huge financial loss. There are large museums that are owned by the countries that have cultural, academic, and educational message. So those countries do not risk bankruptcy and closing this museum. It's necessary to search for new sources of financing and to rely on local museum instead of international ones. Museums are brand that can develop their broadcast by organizing specialized courses in art history online. This is where digitization comes in. Reaching the younger generation. Implementation of advertising campaign on social media sites used by young people, constantly holding temporary exhibition, organizing educational workshops that include some activities. The use of technology for presentation and the interaction with the audience. Group discount. Follow the policy of suspense in advertising so that the feeling reaches the individual before the visit that he feels like he is lacking a lot of information that will only be obtained through a visit to the museum. In the end, I sincerely appreciate your attention today, and that brings us to the end. I'd like to thank you for your time. Thank you. And I would like to enjoy the video. Thank you. Thank you.
Dziękujemy za przemówienie. Thank you for
your speech.
أم البدايات وأولى الحضارات، سحر الماضي وعبق الذكريات، تاريخ لا يعرف النسيان، وماض باق في العقل والوجدان، كأن الجدران تروي قصص الزمان وتحكي بطولات الأولين. نمضي إلى حيث يأخذنا الحنين لعصور خلت وأمجاد أبت إلا أن تبقى على مر السنين. إدارة المتاحف العسكرية، ذاكرة الأبطال. تاريخ حربي ما كان ليبقى دون سعي مصري لحفظ التراث الخالد. العام 1937 يتقدم اليوزباشي عبد الرحمن زكي الضابط بإدارة الأشغال العسكرية باقتراح لوزير الحربية الفريق حمدي سيف النصر لإنشاء متحف حربي يخلد بطولات الجيش المصري. هكذا تم إنشاء المتحف الحربي بمبنى مقر وزارة الدفاع القديم بشارع الفلكي بعد عام من تقديم الاقتراح، ومنها انتقل المتحف لمقره المؤقت بحي جاردن سيتي بعد عام من تأسيسه، وذلك قبل أن ينتقل لموقعه الحالي الفريد بقصر الحرملك بالقلعة عام 1900 1949. يموج نهر الحياة المصرية بالمتغيرات السياسية، وتندلع ثورة يوليو عام 52، فيصبح المتحف نقطة الانطلاق نحو تأسيس المزيد من المتاحف الحربية، ومنها متحف بورسعيد ومتحف العالمين. ومرت السنوات فشهد العام 1982 تغيير اسم إدارة المتحف الحربي إلى الاسم الحالي، وهو إدارة المتاحف العسكرية. وتوجت الإدارة جهودها بتأسيس صرح متحفي جديد، وهو بانوراما حرب أكتوبر بحي مدينة نصر. هكذا تنامت قدرات الأذرع التنفيذية لاستراتيجية إدارة المتاحف العسكرية، وأضيف لعطائها التاريخي تقديم الدعم الفني لإنشاء وتطوير العديد من المزارات والقاعات التاريخية داخل المناطق العسكرية والجيوش الميدانية والأفرع الرئيسية، من خلال ما تملكه الإدارة من قدرات بشرية وفنية هائلة داخل فرع الإمداد، والذي يضم كوكبة من خيرة المصممين والفنانين المدربين على إنتاج أرقى الإبداعات التشكيلية واللوحات الجدارية. قيم فنية متحفية يضاف إليها مشاركة إدارة المتاحف العسكرية في العديد من المعارض الثقافية والاحتفالات الدولية. جهد متعاظم يتم تتويجه اليوم بالتطوير الشامل والمتكامل للمتحف الحربي بالقلعة، والذي يعرض العسكرية المصرية عبر العصور المختلفة، بداية من العصر القديم والعصر اليوناني الروماني، ومن أهم أحداثهم معركة قادش بقيادة رمسيس الثاني، مرورا بالعصر الإسلامي، ومن أهم أحداثه معركة حطين ومعركة عين جالوت. ويلوح فجر مصر الحديث حاملا معه بشائر إعادة بناء العسكرية المصرية إبان عصر محمد علي باشا، دولة فتية أمكنها تكوين إمبراطورية عمادها جيش عصري قوي. تزدان الواجهات المتحفية بنفائس وتذكارات لأعظم الانتصارات إبان حكم الأسرة العلوية، ولا يخلو المشهد هنا من الرواية الكاملة لملحمة حفر قناة السويس، وقصة الثورة العرابية، وملاحم المقاومة العسكرية والشعبية للاحتلال الإنجليزي. وتتعاقب حلقات التاريخ المصري حيث تتجلى عبقرية الجيش المصري وقادته في حرب أكتوبر المجيدة. ولم يتوقف التاريخ العسكري هنا، فلقد كان للجيش المصري دور رئيسي في تلبية مطالب الشعب وتحقيقها والحفاظ على مقدرات الدولة خلال ثورتي 25 من يناير و30 من يونيو. كما يظهر أيضا دور الجيش في التنمية وازدهار الدولة. ويشكل المتحف الحربي بالقلعة حجر الزاوية فيما تملك إدارة المتاحف العسكرية من مقتنيات أثرية، غير أن الرؤية البانورامية الكاملة لإنجازات الإدارة ما كانت لتكتمل دون النظر لما تقدمه عبر باقي صروحها المتحفية، ومنها متحف بورسعيد الحربي، والذي تم إنشاؤه تخليداً لبطولات الجيش والشعب ضد العدوان الثلاثي ليضم إلى إدارة المتحف الحربي، ويتم افتتاحه رسمياً في ذكرى عيد النصر يوم 23 من ديسمبر لعام 1964. متحف العالمين العسكري، وتم افتتاحه الرسمي في 16 من ديسمبر عام 1956 ليزيح الستار عن أسرار إحدى أهم معارك الحرب العالمية الثانية انطلاقاً من مدينة العالمين. وأعيد افتتاحه بعد تطويره يوم 21 من أكتوبر عام 1992 تزامناً مع الذكرى 50 لمعركة العالمين. كما تم تطويره مرة أخرى عام 2017 ليحتوي على 5 قاعات متحفية بالإضافة إلى منطقة عرض مكشوف. وجاء التتويج المثالي لجهود إدارة المتاحف العسكرية بتطويرها المتلاحق لدرة إبداعاتها المتحفية، ممثلة في بانوراما حرب أكتوبر بحي مدينة نصر بالقاهرة، والتي تم افتتاحها الرسمي في أكتوبر عام 1989 تخليداً لذكرى نصر حرب أكتوبر المجيدة. ولم تتوانى إدارة المتاحف العسكرية في اللحاق بركب التطوير المستمر لبانوراما حرب أكتوبر، وذلك لتنمية روح الانتماء والولاء للأجيال المتعاقبة، حيث تم تطويرها عام 2017 وتزويدها بأحدث أساليب العرض المتحفي واستحداث قاعات مزودة بأفلام ثلاثية الأبعاد. يمر الزمن ولا تكف إدارة المتاحف العسكرية عن تطوير قدراتها الفنية بعطاء امتد وفاض بإنشاء عشرات المزارات والقاعات التاريخية بالأفرع الرئيسية وبالجيوش الميدانية والمناطق العسكرية والإدارات والهيئات والأجهزة التابعة لقواتنا المسلحة الباسلة. واليوم تتوج الإدارة هذا العطاء بإعادة افتتاح المتحف الحربي بالقلعة لتؤكد مقدرتها الفنية والإدارية، فدائما وأبدا يهدي التاريخ للبشرية تصورا عن الماضي وخبرات حقيقية مكتسبة لتكون لنا نبراسا نهتدي به، نسير في دربه لا نحيد، فنصنع لمصر حاضرا يليق بها وشعبها العظيم، ومستقبلا يعكس حضارة الأمم ويعكس قيمة حقيقية لميراثهم من الآباء والأجداد. ولتستحق إدارة المتاحف العسكرية أن توثق دائما وأبدا بذاكرة الأبطال.
Dziękujemy za to przemówienie. Thank you for the presentation, the video concluding. Szanowni Państwo, przed nami...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of us we have the final discussion panel, during which our panelists will host the final discussion of the conference.
We will talk about digitalization, lockdown policies, reaching out to younger generations, as well as attracting more visitors. If I could please welcome to the stage Mr. Karol Szejko, Mr. Yan Chen Han, Mr. Julien Guillaume, Mr. Ulf Eirik Tolgersen, Mr. Justin Maciejewski, and General Mayor Hassamilat Hassan Shahada. Thank you. Contemporary museums are accessible pretty much from everywhere at any given time thanks to the online content that they share. Some people might wonder whether that will not cause the numbers of visitors to decline. The overall trend suggests that the museum sector is struggling to attract newer audience members. So my first question is to Mr. Torgersen. How can we change this trend? How can a particular museum attract more visitors?
Okay, I partly heard some of your questions, but still I'm old military and have a artillery problem with my ears. But how we can attract younger people? You have to, for our case, where Norway is a very long country, not so many inhabitants, we are out in school with training program, education program. We try to meet them on digital surfaces, but you know the youngsters are moving from different digital surfaces to another, and it's hard to find them and catch them. So to seek them up in schools, start in the kindergarten and try to follow them up, to hold them into the history, and especially if you can also connect them to their place where are grown up. And from the grown up history, you can make the international story.
Thank you. The next question is for Mr. Yang Chun-hun. How would you distinguish a successful visitor-oriented historical museum from other museums?
Well, I don't think there's a magic solution to draw more people. I could tell my experience, but it would be different depending on each situation. My museum, the War Memorial of Korea, has a very unique position. We are a special corporation, and at the same time, we are a private museum, not a national museum, according to Korean Museum Act. But we are a public institution in Korean government system, and we receive government subsidy from government, and we are under supervision of our Ministry of National Defense. This means various classes visit my museum, so we always have to diversify our program to draw more young people. And second, I mentioned in my slide, we have 2 million people every year, so many people. And it is not worth the fact that we were ranked the #1 landmark of Korea on TripAdvisor.com 2015. I still don't understand why we were picked at the #1 place in Korea. Anyway, this means we are so busy to meet the needs of various classes, from children, middle and high school students, and college students, soldiers, family, and even foreigners. So we always try to customize our program to appropriate, for them. And third, I told in my presentation, we always cooperate with the other organizations. We couldn't do it alone. We give them a space, and they give us contents. I told you it's a win-win strategy. My museum always want to be a space, a place to the people people can see, feel, and experience when they visit museum. There should be something in museum when they visit, so we are very busy to prepare. So in my opinion, it could be different depending on each situation. In my opinion, in my experience, diversification and customizing and cooperation is very important to draw more people. That's it.
Thank you. The next question is for Mr. Guillaume. Would you say that the battlefield museums have an advantage over indoor spaces?
Sorry?
Would you say that the battlefield museums have advantage over indoor spaces?
Yes, I think again, nothing will replace exchange between people. But I think that we offer of the museum must evolve and diversify by offering activities outside the walls. For example, we have set up hikes in the mountains for the same path taken by the resistance fighter. This immersion is then total and allows introspection, but we are outside, in the forest, in the mountain. We read testimonies of the daily life of resistance fighters to once again to make the story more human and not virtual.
Thank you. Another issue that museums might face is addressing contemporary audiences. Some of the people might be attracted to a more simplified online communication and information flow. So today, certain museums decide to follow this digital hype to be more attractive to the audiences. And my question to Mr. Shaker is, do you think there is a danger in distorting history by providing information in a simplified way?
Yeah, I think there is always a danger in oversimplifying things, and especially when you talk about history, which is such a complex matter. And the problem with today's world is that there is a lot of digital content that's being published daily, and anyone who wants to publish any content digitally can do so and become an expert in view of the people who experience the content. On the other hand, there is a phenomenon that's going on now for a few years before with young people. I remember when I was young, I didn't have access to a computer or any digital content. My children had access to computers. Look at children today, or young people today, they don't use computers anymore, they use their phones. So the question is, you know, simplifying the content that they learn might be detrimental to their education, which could be superficial, and they won't learn anything in the end. On the other hand, they use their smartphones, and the smartphone is, you know, it's got a very, very small screen. So all information that they access is via this small screen, and it needs to be simplified to give them information at all. So there is some kind of controversy in giving content, historical content, in simplified way, but eventually I think it has to be done. The difference would be to be able to provide context for what you publish online. And for good context, you need good people to produce such content. So there is this discrepancy between teaching children good history and giving them information in a simplified way. And this is a good question to answer for the future, because it's not going to get better. Information will be faster, shorter, and more graphic. And this is the question we need to answer and work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next question is from Mr. Maciejewski. How can we simultaneously convey history in a popular way to understand for young people, and at the same time make sure it is delivered without distortion?
Yeah, it's a really good question. What we mustn't do is do hagiography, in my view. We have to do really good history, but we have to explain sometimes why certain things have greater value than merely their historical importance. I mentioned that in my talk. And I think when people understand why certain stories are so important to a sense of who we are, to identity, they cherish it more if you explain it. So I mentioned that small battle in Africa in 1879, an insignificant battle. But once you explain it to people in terms of it's important because that battle became symbolic of what was expected of soldiers, then people understand it and take it to their hearts. Young people, old people, but you've got to explain it well. The other thing I would say is that one of the problems with military history is it can become its own little world. And it's a world that is not then very accessible to people who are outside that world. And therefore, what we need to do to make it accessible to all generations and all groups is to make sure that we nest the soldier's story in a bigger picture of history. In other words, we have to reintegrate military history into wider history. And the way to do that, in my view, is through the individual stories of soldiers and the context, where they came from, why they joined, what they were doing. And which is why in our mission, we've gone for, we tell the story of our soldiers and the armies in which they served, not the other way around. Because an institutional story is by definition boring to anyone over the age of 14 and below the age of 40. But a story about people maintains people's interest regardless of generation.
Thank you. Another issue that the museums have faced was in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was quite a shock to everyone, as well as to cultural institutions. Many museums had to close down due to the widespread of the virus, and it has caused damage to museum industry. To cope with the difficulties, many museums have moved their activities and community outreach towards an online basis. So my question for General Shahada is, what challenges may museums face while returning to the routine they had before the pandemic?
Through the COVID-19 crisis, many museums worldwide were affected by the closure process. After the world recovery of the crisis, we established a program through which we managed to regain the role of our entities. This program includes many stages, such as social media campaign, free tours, historical competitions, and history and knowledge fair. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer and thank you all for participating in the discussion. Szanowni Państwo, zmierzamy już do końca konferencji. Wielkie...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of the conference. A big round of applause. On my behalf, I'd like to thank everybody for participating in our conference. At this point, I'd like to ask Director Berendt to the stage to give the closing speech. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, sweet times of being only historian and scientist are gone. So to be a director of such an institution is not an easy task. So, and in spite of being with you all the time, listening, learning, I was obliged to cut my day into pieces and to be at the desk to sign documents and to take decisions. But you are also in charge of the institutions, so you know what I mean. Still, please forgive me not being with you for the majority of the present day. I am to meet requirements of another important event, namely official burial of our heroes from Westerplatte in only 3 weeks. Decision taken only yesterday in Warsaw, so we are to meet our requirements. On the other hand, what I saw, what I heard, made me sure that it was a good idea to organize the second meeting of employees of and directors, leaders of museums from so many countries to learn a lot and to share experiences of our work. And maybe what was the most important thing, it was that we could meet and learn each other. And we know each other not only from emails, but also from direct conversation. So we will continue our work, but from this place, and just now I want to express my gratitude for you, that you accepted our invitation, that you are here with us to the very last moment of this forum, and that we have done our work, although you probably noticed that there was another Berend today during the meeting who looked a little bit different, like me. So I thank you, Karol Szejko, for being another Grzegorz Berend today. Thank you very much. I thank you. I thank all your guests, all our guests, and I want to express my gratitude to all my colleagues from the museum who prepared this forum: Karol Szejko, Katarzyna Łuczak, Natalia Nowacka, and I thank you also. I thank also the interpreters who were with us during these 2 days, and thanks to their splendid work, you could get either Polish or English version all of the papers presented during this meeting. So thank you once more. Thank you to all of you, and we will meet again during the third World Museums Forum of Battlefields. Thank you very much.